Team Spirits, turn to ban. PSG LGD Spirits, turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD's turn to pick. Team Spirits, turn to pick.
Enchantress.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits, turn to pick.
Clockwork.
PSG LGD.
I speak for the trees.
PSG LGD's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits, turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD's turn to ban. Team Spirits, turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD's turn to ban. Team Spirits, turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD.
Riki.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD.
Spectre.
Ten seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Disruptor.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD.
Morphling.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD's turn to pick. Team Fighting spirits turn to pit.
Timber saw!
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Bad Rider!
You may now select your heroes. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
H2 owned.
"30 seconds to battle." The battle begins.
Feed the trees.
No. Denied. I think not. Death's bounty.
First blood.
You, my friend, got owned.
Oi, oi, oi!
Jackpot. Not my works.
That went well.
Pull roots and run.
Hands off!
Where are you going?
Well, adventure, not my mistress. We might have had a chance.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Death comes in threes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Pull roots and run!
How the hell did you see me?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Your water dance is overrated. A little something extra for the effort.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A gift from the Tempest of God.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Sprites are with us.
Arcane Reservoir.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Don't run off. Come on, sprites.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
My sprites are with us.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You're too kind.
Jackpot!
With me.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There is no pleasure in this.
There you go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Imitation. This is all natural.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Are scanning.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Seeing too.
No, you see, it's funny because you were here to assassinate me.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
My vigor was never equal.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not a good look for me.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Nature attack me up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Death of the power.
The seeds of fortune. Double damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rock it on.
Your Shaman has fallen to the Dire.
Come on, sprites.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Wait up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Come get healed. Where are you going?
I'm dead.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Illusion!
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Uproot and after them! Double damage!
Jackpot!
Dire are scanning.
Do it with flair! Rock it on!
Radiant are scanning.
Incoming!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
The seeds of war.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Thanks for trying. Major attendance.
death's bounty.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Dire are scanning.
Heal us. Thunder healed.
Your shrine has fallen to the dire. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Don't run off. Healing power.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Deadly swift.
So exposed. Roast it, toast it, and burn to a crisp.
Where are you going?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
My sprites are with us.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Rock it on.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
The seeds of fortune.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Feed the trees.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I'll reap the storm outside.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Team Spirit. PSG LGD's turn to ban. Team Spirit's turn to ban. PSG LGD's turn to ban. Team Spirit's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD's Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Dusk.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD's
Clockwork.
PSG LGD Team Spirit's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
spirits turn to pick. PSG LGD.
Lich.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team spirits turn to pick.
Disruptor.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD.
Morphling.
Ten seconds remaining.
Team spirits turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
PSG LGD's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team spirits turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG LGD's turn to pick.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Naga Siren. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The sack.
Choose your hero. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Забейте, ребят, я broke.
那命一条。
Let us fight.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Nope. First blood.
In my coffin.
See nature's blasted core.
ليك الدمج.
Що по кріпстату?
I think not.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's courier has been killed.
I admire your craftsmanship.
Denied.
Denied.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Benumbed.
You were the only O'Glodys, not an ass. Do it with flair.
And it's off.
Millions for the dead. Under the weather.
I keep my enemies close, and they're cooked. Not gonna happen.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Rock it on.
Radiant's middle tower
Nice
is
try.
under attack.
Do it with flair.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Jackpot.
Well, they got us.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And it's off. I'm mechanically reclined.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Invisibility.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Illusion!
Got it.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I die in service to the deeps.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now talk your image! Players here!
Fat's in the fire. Too late for you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stop you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Boom! There it goes!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Shit!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'll return to the grasslands. It's 6 feet down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A gift from the tempest of
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Incoming!
grass free. You'll be looking up at the grass.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And it's off!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Coming in!
middle tower has fallen.
Got it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Do it with flair.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Loaded to the gills.
Double damage.
Radiant are scanning.
Flair's here. There it goes. And it's off. Blaze here.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
And it's off.
Radiant structures are fortified.
What's this?
那命一条。
Wow, this guy's real good.
забейте, ребят, я броук.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
I'm a wet work specialist.
Dire's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Invisibility. bodies rise.
มีอีกครับ
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Got it.
Rock it on.
I'm a brawler in his prime.
Radiant are scanning.
Incoming. With flair.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Let me eat up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. The Dire now have regulation. Radiant's Ancient is under attack. Radiant's Ancient is under attack. Radiant's Ancient is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's Ancient is under attack. Radiant's Ancient is under attack.
PSG LGD victory.
back. Finish him off. It's a heal. No, it's not going to be enough from Insania to keep Nisha alive. And it was a very lengthy engagement there to kill him, but they finally do manage to get rid of Nisha in that mid lane.
I mean, the fight just showcases how hard it's going to be to bring Nisha down as the game develops. These were 3 heroes trying to kill Nisha, and it took that amount of time. I'll actually
Have a regen room, so
yeah.
At least they forced that out of his bottom. Oh, Boxy. In a bit of trouble, possibly. Nah, magic stick. Should be just fine. Where is actually... Okay, so Nisha just went towards the jungle in the meantime, and immediately gets a good counterward going.
Doesn't want to be, you know, caught in this badness that's happening in the mid lane. Just wants to accelerate this game. The supports are going to get into middle. The buck with no coil has no kill potential, although it is about to be back up pretty short.
It's not the longest cooldown, which is really good for the puck. 75 seconds is honestly nothing in terms of ulti cooldowns and their impact in most games. And in this game specifically, like if you dream pull the enemy and you catch them inside the smoke screen / static storm, they're actually going to be hampered so incredibly heavily that it's going to be pretty tough to continue a widespread. Woods on design, make sure that the exorcism will not be able to get rid of Ego. And XCJ trying to juke his way through, but making it to the bottom as well. But we will find XCJ, but he's alive and kicking. And Nisha not so much.
Wow, I gotta say, we had a disruptor pick from eHome in game 2. Definitely didn't feel the impact of that hero, but this time just being able to disengage from the Death Prophet, there's a lot of, I think like, even though this disruptor died, I've seen a lot of times where the Greens felt quite impactful, and very excited to see what he can bring up to the table. That said, they do lose the bottom tower in exchange of Nisha. I think that's a fair trade, but the problem is the sniper is getting away with murder right now. We were scared that they had too many of alliance, but Nikki and CA are doing fairly well. I think it's only going to get better because of how hard it's going to be for the team to handle these 2 range carries on the side of Liquid.
And the bottom tier 1 tower gone as well is going to mean that they need to get a counter play towards top and secure the opening of the map for the Knights. Otherwise, it's going to be problematic for Ego to get consistent farm. He's going to need to get a couple of items close to the Millstone. But they should be able to get the tier 1 tower in the process. While mid game, in the meantime, they're going for tier 1 mid. That's a lot more. Siege Creep is still alive. Are you going to be able to keep this tower alive? They even fortify the creeps so that the catapult will not be fired. They get a big one. Alacrity is going to get jumped in. The silence from Zai hits. Alacrity gets sniped down, assassinates, flies through, but it's going to be Nisha with the kill. And that's a huge kill onto Alacrity, who just finished up his Witchblade.
That was very odd, because they had glyph on Knights the whole time, and they never popped it. I'm not sure if it would change too much, but it just felt like the bug was maybe baiting a glyph of some sort and just gets dulled and dies for no reason. Definitely not a great starter for Electria. You find Nikki.
Oh no, there's a whip there coming through, but it looks like though Nikki will still find the sniper, but in return with a nice overgrowth on the 3, and Ego is stuck. They finally take down Lina. XCJ will be the next one, and Felix Java will. Sniper Courier. Well, in the meantime, just dipping out of there. He does almost have the money for his shard, which is going to be a really big pickup, but yeah, they do manage to find Ego on that Lina taken down.
Yeah, I mean, at first it doesn't seem like that's too big of a mistake because they get the sniper kill anyways, but the Lina had to move forward to case, and that's the reason why she was caught up with the disruptor at the same time. Kind of a unfortunate mistake there. I just feel like the Knight's draft is a little bit more fragile, a little bit more, like, you cannot afford as many mistakes as Liquid can, just because they have those 2 range strong. I will use the word carries for this. And now, do they have silence? They do. This could be a kill one to the top.
Not again, Alacrity. Run away. Just tries to hide in the bottom lane. Jumps to the side. It is going to be another catch. Yeah, from the tree line, the silence from Zai flies out. At that point, it is a projectile these days, so you can dodge it, but if you don't see it coming, there's no chance in dodging. Oh, Boxy finds another one. XCJ, that's going to be the disruption. He tries to glimpse Zai away, keeps him out of there, but in comes Nisha. Is he going to go for this, though? Nisha running into a very dangerous position. Flyby is actually distracted with going in onto Zai. Felix Jabba still doesn't have the shard and get a free kill without being punished whatsoever. Liquid's just getting away with murder every single time.
Yeah, it's crazy because you look at Liquid's lineup and you expect them to be weak at this stage, but a lot of the power that comes from Ricky actually only starts at 15 minutes with the shard, and does, you know, even as you said, the TA going that deep for the bumper kills. He's not afraid of many things, especially when the puck was dead from the earlier engagement. I really like the way Liquid is playing around the fact that this Ricky is kind of a creep until he gets the shard, which, you know, he has the gold for, just needs about a minute to get it.
Yeah, Alacrity, the puck's been struggling this game. Those two deaths were really hampering his farm because the Blink Dagger is going to be a must-have. But even if you get it, at one point there will be that Nisha with the shard. You're going to have the silence traps all over the place, something like that. It's kind of going to force the puck to go probably for a BKB, but you don't want to go for a BKB on a puck because it's not great, especially because the enemy has overgrowth, so they have multiple.
Look how deep Knights are here. They're trying to go for Ricky, but you don't find anyone.
They're trying to scare them back. This kind of feels like how Eon was playing last game, last season, where they're just trying to find kills. I guess Egon is doing a little bit more in the farm department than
Scanning.
No, XCJ is the disruptor here. It's sorry, it's other two left.
Oh, they can get a good static storm, but that's a disengaged static storm.
Viper, Guardian Reef build. I guess Sustain is pretty nice. Sai is doing the exact same thing because it's the best item in this current patch. However, with the state that this game is going in, you're looking at, you know, late game situations. Bowie, what team does it favor?
For sure. But yeah, like I look at this Viper and what happens if he gets Avalanche tossed. Like if he's going to be that frontliner, he's always going to be tossed by Boxy. He's going to be the first point of contact that Liquid finds, and he has no response to that. They don't have global. There has to be like a reaction very quickly from Knights, and you know there's a puck, which is good. But I don't think it's good enough. They cannot save the Viper. They cannot re-engage after the Avatar happens. And I think that's just an inherent advantage that Liquid's going to have moving forward.
They're keeping it pretty close though in terms of net worth, and they have the shard now on Ricky, and that's kind of when the Ricky really does come alive, and you can try and find yourself some free kills. We
are looking for it. The Ricky was in position. That's why he died the last time we showed. And now they seem to be trying very hard. Yeah, they just want to make sure they don't know Ricky's here, which I don't think they know for sure, but they kind of think he is. Because they're playing very passive here, Boxy missing CS, just because he's aware of what the shadows are hiding.
Yeah, he does have his Blink Dagger pretty much done, so that's going to be a nice way to engage onto this puck. Make sure that Alacrity gets across before he can even use any of the spells. How are they going to be able to rectify this? They have the full Guarding Greaves on Flyby, so this might be a moment where they could engage. I guess maybe waiting for the Blink Dagger on Alacrity would be a little bit more advantageous. Ego, he's got, I think, Lightyear delivered on Ego. Next item, BKB. Ego can, at this stage, already fight. Actually very capable at fighting, especially with the way... Like, their ultis on the side of Knights are really good together.
Yeah, the Ricky needs to play with the puck, I think. He wants to have the Blink You can easily engage into a target, and the smoke screen makes sure that pretty much all of the cores on Liquid will die. There is no Hurricane Pike on the sniper, because BKB not ready just yet. But the timing window is quickly dwindling here. They need to start doing moves, and it's Liquid on the aggressive.
Boxy with the blink. They're looking for a pause. There's the dodgeback plan. They find either the best target possible. They take a lot of damage. Can he get out? No! Burst it down in a very good success. Boxy going to the peak immediately, but he forces out the Dream Coil with that, so the counterplay potential of Knight is not there. Immediately, they've got the Gasolator on Ninja, they've got the Exorcism up already. They're pushing power pretty immensely.
I just want to say, the fact that Foxy is trying to be there is the reason why they broke. They were forced to coil for a tiny, and sure they get the kill, but that's a 4-4, and that's 3 Liquid. They're not making any mistakes. I think the way that they were able to win top is very commendable. I think China for a while was kind of hyped up for the fact that they're really good laners, just really good mechanically skilled players. But so far, and it's not surprising, Liquid has been doing really well. But they're actually just straight up destroying.
Liquid is a pretty scary team, as we can definitely see. 4K net worth ahead. Been pretty A-okay. Boxy jumps in on Alacrity. They have the shard already on the TA, so it definitely already shows Nisha is going to be a big nuisance for Alacrity. And they could just go for this bottom tier tower push. Alacrity needs to be very careful. Boxy's nearby. Misty Blink Avatar play. There's no one that's going to really interrupt Nisha continuing this push.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's been 4 minutes since they got the shard and repeat, and pretty much every core in Liquid, they know when they should show in lane or not. Like, Zai lost 2 waves of good top because he was aware of the presence of the repeat. And as long as they don't give an inch for the way Knights wants to play, which is basically engage with the dart and try to burst someone, Liquid, there's no other play, basically, because the bot can't solo kill any targets, and there's no follow-up damage. You don't want to initiate with fire. You want to be using the repeat as initiation, just because the cooldowns are lower. It's just a very tough position. The Lina is farming, as we talked about, but it's Lina versus 2 carry cores. Usually Lina can out-carry like 1 TA or 1 sniper.
Oh no, Alacrity. And even if he doesn't jump away, he is lying in wait, has the shard. Alacrity they get the assassination, and Alacrity is caught. The Insania is a sneaky devil. The tree lurks.
There we go, another one.
Oh, will they actually go for it? CJ goes the opposite direction. Tries to keep himself alive. Prince should keep him going, and they won't be able to get that chase in their favor, but yeah, Liquid's got control at the moment. Knights are constantly on the run.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, the Riki, not great at counter-initiating. He wants to be the hero doing the moves, and that's hard against the way Liquid is playing. Ages. This Viper, he felt like a non-factor the entire game. He just lost the lane, tried to recover with the Greaves. Never clicked for Knights, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Viper. It's a Viper. At what point does it actually do anything? It's just following the Viper.
They were very confident that they would be able to play Viper versus TA in safe lane, but Liquid, we were praising the fact that they are really good at drafting, and once again, the Sniper is solving every issue, actually winning the lane versus Viper, whilst the TA won against Fuck. And when you get those lanes, it's kind of commendable that Knights even is doing as well as they are, which is not very much well, but still, there might be a chance. Yes,
I see there, but chasing for more farther, can he actually get up slowly or stack up to each other? And it's easy tap with the Exorcism. Tier 2 tower really gone. I hope he's going to walk right up to the high ground. Liquid looking looking pretty good. And Seiya actually top lane. He dodges the Gleipnir. He dodges the Stagstone Connecticut. Will be glimpsed back. In comes Box. You're like, will not be the case. But they're just distracted in the top lane while in the meantime they need to set a racks.
And every time it comes up with a support, you just actually do that one move where you have to commit an altitude. Oh, man, triple coil, but do they have the damage? I don't think they do. That's just a distraction.
Coil does very little to almost nothing. Okay, taking some damage on the BKB at the ready go and around. Yep, the TA shot's too much to handle at the same time. This is going to go for the TPL. Docs a little bit left behind. They don't take down the racks at the very least. They are accelerating their farm on the side of Liquid.
Yeah, only the support's dying again. Like, the fact that the Lina has to ult a tree on top, then she comes bottom, doesn't have the burst damage. For the good of late, maybe Sniper dies when you engage. Mickey had BKB on cooldown, but yeah, Liquid is just playing really well. I actually like the nice draft very much until the Viper pick. I think that, you know, they got greedy with trying to force the Viper into TA, and they found a way with the Sniper. And yeah, I mean, even the Puck now actually can die because of the TA traps with Silence, the Insania Shard. It's not an easy game for Alacrity to play. I mean, he was supposed to be creating the space for
Yeah, the Puck is going Kaya Sanj. Afterwards wants to code Lotus. That says enough. Puck going for a Lotus Orb because the silences and the roots are too much. Even Insane even has his shard, so he can just walk up and give you the old smack and you're stuck. At that point, the rest can immediately pounce on towards it.
And they have the gem on Insania as well. The map was already very small for Knights, and it's going to shrink even more. If they somehow can kill the Insania tree, that could be a big change of momentum. That's probably the biggest chance they have right now on Knights. That's a target that they can easily kill.
Nice smoke screen right there. Can Electri get himself away just barely? They have to use this the entire time so defensively, the smoke screen.
Yeah. The steel tower falling, Liquid, like it delays them, but you know, the win condition is still on their side. They're gonna try to move up here, the agents did expire. Can they take a fight though? They're gonna try. If they can kill Insania, that's the best target. Oh no! Time to lock. Maybe turn around now. Just gonna be disengaged. Galactic gets a 3-9 vehicle, but it's all defensive. It's all just to get themselves away. He's just coming to say hi. Flyby takes that huge damage in the process. Yeah, they're just pushed further back into their base, looking for the bottom set. Even though mid has no tier 3 tower, but wait, this is bottom. Yeah, very interesting decision because we actually have a way closer there. A lose poor pot, Alacrity just struggling, and I mean, no surprise, there's a fair amount of counters to the hero in the game.
Yeah, not silent. But Foxy tries to get top up every single time, but it's constant spam of this whole thing that disrupted. Foxy's actually going to get this back into the kill on the tiny note. And the GG gets called. It is the Liquid with a 26-minute lead. Yeah, it's, you know, this is the first time so far the Liquid is in the front. Fairly good.
Ya estamos de vuelta con todos vosotros para esta segunda partidaza de la segunda seriaza del día aquí en la línea D, en vuestro stream preferido, donde estamos aquí cubriendo esta increíble.
Turn to pick.
Esse para acompanhar esse jogo de número 2, Liquid versus Ice. Jogo válido pelo segundo dia da Major, Lima Major. Começando. É engraçado que a gente fala Lima Major.
5 seconds remaining.
Chega aqui a quinta série que está dentro de mim. Saúda a quinta série que está dentro de você, eterno. Não tem como, cara. A quinta série é sempre a maior.
Eu tenho que me aguentar, velho. Mas na mente sempre passa.
Na mente sempre passa mesmo. Ai, ai, ai. Ai, 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 ai. Boa, temos. Nice.
Sim, meu nobre. E Lina banida, então vamos lá para os banimentos. Team Liquid bane Rubik e Enigma, enquanto o Knights bane Broodmother e Lina. Lina não passa dessa vez, ainda mais porque a primeira escolha era da Team Liquid. Eles não são um maluco. Ele tá me vendo, né? Não é maluco. Mas no caso, sobra ainda o famoso Trinity Protector, o Nature's Prophet. Interessante a abertura do Knights na Marcy e Jaqueiro. E, pô, não tinha como, não ia passar. O Trinity Protector tá bom demais. Garante lane phase, disable que passa por BKB. Muito dano mitigado pela armadura viva. Então é um pick-up que é muito valioso. Surpreso, cara. Marcy eu até entendo aparecer na primeira fase, mas Jaquirão, sei não, mano. Não gosto. Porém, configura a lane phase sólida. Faz bastante dano mágico também. Controle. Ainda mais sem o Rubik disponível de gelo, por exemplo. Acho que ele é. Tem vários heróis pra mim que ganham ele.
Olha, tem um pique que eu acho muito interessante aqui, que é o Jaquiro. Porque eu acho que o Jaquiro é um P4, um P5 muito forte. E o congelamento dele pode ser bem interessante para controlar o Nature's Prophet, principalmente quando ele usa o Brotar para se defender, né? Não é difícil você ver os pros fazendo isso com frequência, mas não deixa de ser uma possibilidade. E quando tem possibilidade, a gente tem que pensar em todas.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Mas não me agrada ainda. Eu preferia tanto Tuskar quanto Tiny, Clockwork, Undying. Tem só de cabeça. A própria vovó, pra mim, já é tudo melhor do que o Jaquiral.
Jaquiral. É, nos campeonatos bons é o Jaquiro. Nas minhas ranqueadas é o Jaquito. Tem o Jaquito, né? Mas é o antigo Jaquitóquio, né?
RNG's turn to ban.
Agora vem os banimentos da segunda fase. Liquid Bunny, Bat Rider, Naga e o Tuskar. E do outro lado o Knights Bunny, Death Prophet, que passou na primeira fase, inclusive. Beastmaster e Morphling.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Sim.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Earth Spirit.
O Spirit, cara, um herói que não aparece toda hora, hein?
Então, eu gosto ele particularmente um herói bom pra caçar o Nature's Prophet, pra caçar até o próprio Trident Protector nas árvores. Um herói que demanda uma execução pesada, acho que é o maior problema dele, mas versatilidade e estar pronto pra qualquer ocasião é um dos pontos fortes do Spirit. Me agrada assim, bastante controle, bastante dano mágico, herói que vai rotacionar muito bem acompanhado de uma Marcy, por exemplo. Setup pro Jaquirão para entrar com o dano dele. Para que não é tão valorizado assim.
Team Liquid.
Cara, Fênix Shell é bom demais, mas eu não lembro como é que é o Earth Spirit. Acho que eu peguei pouco jogo dele jogando de Earth Spirit. Diria que de trás Ember e Hoodwink. Será que seria uma surpresinha aí?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Então, tem que trazer algo relativamente novo, ou algo que eles não estejam esperando tanto. Me agrada bastante o Hoodwink junto com o Ember. E agora, sabendo dessa formação do meio, será que eles dão um repeteco de Puck? E Puck, no final das contas, é aquele matchup de amor e ódio. Quem inicia. Fantástico contra o Ember Spirit. E também é um herói que consegue acompanhar o Spirit e caçar o Nature's Prophet pelas sides. Eu acho que seria bom.
Sim, eu acho que faz bastante sentido nesse jogo. O ponto é que, querendo ou não, o Ember até lida com a Puck, né?
Então.
Indiretamente.
Mas amarras é bom.
E se amarrar...
É sobre quem inicia. Bastante. E a Marcy, pelo menos até agora...
Team Liquid's turn to bat.
Invoker.
Invoquito. Será que é o Invoquinho?
Ten seconds remaining.
Invoker de draft. Ó, eu sou péssimo em Invoker. Péssimo. Eu, assim, talvez só não perca pro Shaolin de Invoker Off, porque tudo tem limite. Né? Mas, cara, qual é dessa build do Invoker trazendo Drums? Que eu vi alguns poucos caras fazendo isso em ranqueado de nível alto.
Isso é um conceito bem velho, onde que você abusa bastante dos espíritos forjados. E você participa do seu time um pouquinho mais cedo pra você lutar e garantir torres. Eu acho que é um conceito forte, sim. Acho que o maior problema da Drums é desde que ela perdeu ali aquele regime de mana, ela sempre ficou um pick-up meio estranho. E aí o Invoker, ele tem sempre aquela opção de ir pra mão de Midas, escalar. Imagino que ele não vá pra build de Quaswex. Até porque a lacridade na Marcy também, não, a lacridade mais parceria, meu amigo, vai ser um dano absurdo pro Eagle. Mas eu quero ver, é mais uma possibilidade.
RNG's turn to ban. Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Ursislack, Faceless Void realmente seria muito bom, mas eu acho que Faceless Void seria bom pra Knights, cara.
Seria.
Isso mostra talvez realmente que a Marcy seja HC.
10 seconds
Apesar que não, tá? Se eu não me engano, a Knights faz a Marcy na mão do Flyby.
RNG's turn to pick.
Pesado.
Esse é o último direcionamento dos cavaleiros. Ele vai deixar a Marcy em posição 1 ou não. Pensando no herói que pune o Doom na lane phase, tirando a Ursa e o Slark, né? Que foi os banimentos da Liquid. Talvez um macaco? Me joga bem.
MK é bom.
Tá bom.
MK é bom. MK é bom. O problema do MK, do Nature's Prophet, do MK contra o Nature's Prophet é o contrário, né? Ele, vou aqui abrir umas árvores aqui. Caiu o presente. Tinha um macaco no galho.
Só que quando a partir do macaco também, bastante armadura, ele vai estar bem posicionado. Acho que essa é uma ocasião bem... É possível, não vou falar que não, mas ao mesmo tempo o macaco ele consegue, ele tem muita mobilidade a ponto de encontrar tanto o Nature's Prophet quanto o Silent Protector no meio das árvores, então é que ele toma lá da cá. Mas me agrada a escolha. De novo, a composição da Knights não é horrível, não é pior. O problema é que a Liquid... Assim, talvez no game passado eu achei o Sniper uma escolha assim muito boa pra finalizar pra Team Liquid. Mas me agrada. Eu acho que tá bem interessante. Invoker participativo, com Marcy também, o Macaco tem a lane phase sólida. Que eles devem conseguir puxar a Team Liquid pra usar aqueles 10% da força deles. Não sei se é muito mais do que isso, não.
Pode ser.
Tô não esperançoso. Eu ainda acho que a Team Liquid é uma equipe muito absurda, então tudo que a Knights fizer eu sempre vou olhar ali e vou falar, vocês vão bater na massa, só que vocês vão se arrasar, meu abre.
É duro. É duro. Bora de jogo. Lembrando, hein, clã, vocês que gostam da aposta, pode vir aí com a nossa querida Lookbox para poder fazer as apostas. Primeiro depósito com até 500 de retorno para vocês, 500 de bônus. Então, a promoção que a Lookbox está trazendo durante o Major de Lima, o primeiro Major SA rolando. E bora de jogo de tela pra gente poder acompanhar os primeiros movimentos aí das equipes. 2-0 fora o baile, então?
Eu acho que sim, só o básico.
Só o básico.
Tava olhando a situação ali um pouquinho, Bet Boom jogando, e te falar, eu fiz o meu Dota dos Sonhos. Quem que você botou hoje lá?
Cara, eu coloquei a Liquid, sim. Coloquei alguém da Knights, que eu não lembro quem que é. Eu acho que é o Ferishal ou o XJ. Que de suportes.
Então você arrasou já, né?
Nada, cara. Eu acho que esses dois são bons, mano. Os suportes são bons.
Mas eles já tomaram um baile, pô.
Mas não é quem ganha, né? É quem faz coisa boa no jogo.
Mas quem ganha, ganha bastante. Sei, mas a Liquid, se tu botou da Liquid, você vai se dar bem, que a Liquid vai jogar ainda contra a Entity, então é mais pontos a ser feitos. Cara, hoje, inclusive, a Entity tem só partidão, cara. É contra a Shopify Rebel e contra a Hellraiser. E contra a Liquid.
É. Só jogão. Cara, é só jogão mesmo, tá? Joguinho.
Mas eu botei... O que você botou? Calma aí, que tá tendo contestação na runa, um chute triplo. Acho que vai sobrar nisso, 2 pra cada.
Tá. Ok. Início de jogo bem tranquilinho. Sem muitas tretas nas primeiras runas, meu amigo. Vamos falar sobre meio. Alguém leva vantagem aqui?
Primeira informação sobre o meio é um Invoker, que então, pelo menos começa com Quais. Isso me indica que ele vai pra build de Quais Wax, que é ok contra o Ember Spirit, mas assim, tirar a proteção de chamas, primeiro que é bem tranquilo pro Ember Spirit até aquele punho veloz no timing certo e não tomar um tornado, por exemplo. Mas então significa que o Lactis vai querer rotacionar pelo mapa, vai querer arranjar espaço e trabalhar junto com a Marcy, junto com o Earth Spirit. E no quesito lane phase, eu acho que não aplica nenhuma pressão no Ember Spirit, não. Eu acho que dá pro nicho administrar muito bem, só o básico.
Justo. Rota de cima, Zai contra Eagle, MK aí contra o Doom. Você vê algum benefício aqui?
A lane phase bem forte, bem sólida pra Knights. Tem um slow e bastante dano da baforada dupla. Se o macaco conseguir estacar a maestria de Jingu e dar aquele stunzinho, pancada limitada boa, é só o básico. E, por enquanto, a troca de suportes aqui tá gostosa. Tá bonito de ver o XJ batendo de frente com o boxe aí. 2 grandes suportes desse Major, sem dúvida. Eu tenho que falar o só o básico do bot também. Tô esperando lá. Fala.
Manda.
Vamos falar sobre o bot? O bot, então... Cara, eu acho que o bot é a lane mais interessante, onde que o Nature's Prophet, ele... Acho que ele tem um certo domínio aqui, é bem difícil pra Knights lidar contra os treantes dele. Mas assim, Marcy junto com o F-Spirit podem ir direto no herói. A única coisa que eles têm que tomar cuidado é com os mocões de Insania. E se deixar o treante bater, ainda mais com bota de velocidade já comprada, vai ser só o básico.
Olha, XJ buscado lá na Capadócia. O First Blood é da equipe da Liquid, Melo.
Pois é, eles buscaram, eu tava até olhando, falei, ué, mano, o Monkey King tava envolvido de algum modo? E a grande resposta foi não, foi lá embaixo. E aí acaba ficando nesse 2x1. Acho que o Jaquirão deve ter comprado uma briga que ele não tinha volta.
Bom, o Eagle tá tentando farmar, né? De qualquer forma ali, porque realmente é mais fácil pra ele. E tomou um deny agora no chato. É, o Rude Wink, cara, tem um hitzinho que atrapalha, né? Você vai perder o mago? Não, usou a pancada.
É, toda vez que você perde esse creep, já é ruim. Quando ele é danado, então, na tua frente, dá um desespero.
É, dá um leve broches mesmo, não confesso.
Administrando bem, não quer deixar o Doom jogando direto contra o Monkey King, é bem fácil pra ele, ainda mais já com esse orbe corrosivo no inventário do Eagle. Eles devem ficar puxando as waves com certa frequência.
Flyby aqui embaixo, por enquanto não marcou nenhum item. O Mickey tá marcando volta. O Mickey que trouxe 2 tiaras assombradas, né?
Mickey?
Que isso?
Ah, ok. Então, no final das contas, a Marcy, o que ela tem a oferecer é o dano físico bruto. Com a tiara assombrada, você ganha aquela quantidade legal de armadura.
Mais um abate pra cima dos... Nossa, cara, isso aqui é...
Tá tendo briga no bot também.
Tá tendo briga no bot também. Flyby, tem o caminho do guerreiro, reposicionado no rebote. E consegue sair tranquilo. Consegue sair tranquilo. Félix Chabá tá fazendo um bom trabalho ali, mas, cara, não é o cara que faz linha de frente Flyby tão boa assim, né? Vamos combinar.
Guerreiro? É que o caminho do guerreiro é outra habilidade, mas é de quem? É do...
Garras da natureza, desculpa.
É, mas é do Bristleback, não o time dele, eu acho.
É isso mesmo. Eu acho que é isso mesmo. Verdade, nossa, agora que eu lembrei. É que a gente...
É porque eu fiquei, mas... Tipo assim, não tá nessa partida, mas eu tentei lembrar de quem era, sabe? Só pra ver se eu tô com o português de Portugal em xeque.
Insane, reposicionado. Olha que jogada. Insane tem que tomar cuidado.
Errou o rebote.
Cara, eu tô achando que o dano moral ali que recebeu a Knights aí nesses últimos já tá grande, hein? Lá em cima, o XG quase punido.
Exatamente, cara. Isso daí é um grande desastre. Agora o XJ.
Que isso? É, o boxe dando aulas. E o Zay vai pra cima? Tem controle, o dano ali é bom.
Pode falar o que é? O que só é aqui, Bala?
É.
Que é só o básico pra Liquid.
Só o básico.
Não estão nem se esforçando, mano. Que isso, cara. O Jaquirão tava do lado das árvores ali com o quê? 200 de vida, do lado de uma Rude Wink. E falando na Rude Wink, ó, acho que ela vai tentar encaixar um flancozinho no meio. Briga ali entre os dois irmãos, o Urf e o Ember. Mas não vai dar em nada.
É, essa briga tá pegando fogo.
Eles desistiram das sides. Tá bom, estamos perdendo as sides tudo.
Ah, mas estão perdendo feio as sides, né? Colocaram agora, deixaram o Zay solo. É perigoso, porque o Zay pode ser punido pelo Ember, né? O Ember Spirit não é o Ember. O MK gosta de jogar contra herói e coisa, mas olha, o Zay tá tão grande, cara.
É, mano.
Que ele tá se jogando loucamente. Lá no meio, Ember tomou bastante dano. Félix Chabá meteu a rolada pra cima dele. Boxe, traz o controle. Bem jogado, Misha. Tenta sair vivo, mas não é bastante. XJ é trocado. E finalmente abre o placar de abates a equipe da Knights. Mas por conta disso, perde mais um. A Lacrid pode ser o próximo. Tá sendo ali dominado Insânia não vai usar as garras da natureza, não vai conseguir fazer nada.
É, okay. Que ele não tentou brotar também, que prenderia o Alacrit. O Tornado tentou snipar de novo a Hoodwink, mas não dá em nada e sai no final das contas um 2x1. Respondem o Ember Spirit à altura no abate dos dois suportes.
Já tá rolando uns stackzinhos aqui pra equipe da Liquid. E temos um Nature's Prophet farmando loucamente, tá?
Tá, ele deu aquela leve parte.
Ele já terminou Midas?
Não.
Não. Acho que ele não vai pra
Midas. Vai. Não, atualmente o trend atual é terminar a bota de... Porque os coturnos de poder e ir direto.
Agora que eu vi, ele negou 23. Repito. 23 creeps na rota. E o Flyby tá pegando agora o seu nível 5, enquanto ele já tá metade do nível 6.
É só o que, Bala?
O básico.
Só o básico.
Perixalba muito solitário ali, Mickey vai reposicionar. Cara, o Flyby chegou ali e perdeu metade da vida. Lá em cima vai ter pressão por cima do XJ? Não, por enquanto não. Lá no meio, a Lacrid tomou ali os pulos velozes. Fica nessa troca.
Olha o Zai jogando.
O Zai tá parecendo a minha digníssima fazendo arroz. Soltinho. Tá de boas. Patrimônio líquido na tela. Fizeram surpresas com esse patrimônio absurdo aí da equipe da Liquid. O que surpreende é que 4K de patrimônio com 1 minuto, tá? Com 8 minutos. 8.
Cara, eu vou começar.
Silêncio pra cima do Nisha tá sem mana. Bem jogado demais pelos dois. O Alacrit.
Slowzinho. Vai pra quê? Não, e bobear, vão virar nele.
Cara, vão virar, porque tem duas Sentry vendo o posicionamento dele. Boxe, tentou amarrar o Alacrit. Sambou bem, hein?
Mas ali já não tinha mais Sentries vendo o Invoker. De qualquer jeito não ia conectar. O enredamento precisa de visão. Mas de qualquer jeito, o objetivo inicial deles, que era garantir o abate no início, é sair pela culatra. O Invoker perde a única carga que ele tinha da Runa das Sombras. E já me dá uma preocupada muito grande, cara. Se você faz o Runa das Sombras e ainda pretende terminar um receptáculo sem efetuar um snowball, é muito ruim pro jogo do Invoker. E o Jaqueirão não só morre, mas beita também o comando de Wukong. Muito desastre. 8-1. Vale até passou despercebido, mas foi um 7-1, tá? Agora o abate da Liquid torna um 8-1. E o game tá exigindo pouco deles, hein? Tranquilíssimo.
Tranquilíssimo, cara. Realmente só o básico. A Lacrit lá no meio. Insânia no caminho do guerreiro. De novo, gente. Guarde da natureza. Caminho do guerreiro. Que isso? Tô falando errado, bicho. Eita, encontrou lá em cima. Boxe cai. Ok. Criatura neutra. Ah, não, velho.
Nada dá certo pra...
Ah, não, Melo. Não.
Cadê a Atena? Os cavaleiros.
Referência de milhões essa, tá? Referência milionária. Essa aí.
Tá ruim a situação, hein? Mas pelo menos o Invoker ele ganha de novo a carga da Zona das Sombras. Ele tá morrendo devagarzinho pra Nisha. Mas um punho veloz.
Errou a marra.
Ele ia dar... Ai! Ele ia dar setup pro tiro de elite. Só que ele errou as amarras, ele deu mole.
Tá amarrado. Ou não, né?
Engraçado que o Nisha, realmente, essa partida aqui não tá sendo muita dele não, cara. Ainda não... Normalmente ele destrói da lane phase e em sequência a partida.
Ih, rapaz.
Sofrendo um pouquinho. O Eagle tá não mais do que a Marte e o Invoker.
O Eagle foi punido aqui em cima. O Mickey tá explodido no farm, já tá quase terminando o Ael com bota e 2 tiaras assombradas. Eu acho que não vai nem chegar no minuto 25 aqui pra dobrar isso aqui, viu?
Ah, talvez cheguem. Tem que ver. Mas vai ser aquela partida mais do que dominada. O boxe casualmente tá matando quase 2 aqui, né?
O boxe. Olé. Olé. Enquanto ali a Lacrit conseguiu tirar a mana do Nisha. Só que tem um stick gordo. Meu Deus! Para de jogar bem, Boxe! Só que agora o Nisha vai ser cobrado! Conseguiu sair momentaneamente. XJ, do outro lado, meu filho.
Mano.
Não acredito. Olha o Zai Caetano. Ok.
Vai comprar a briga do Zai.
Ok. Zai. Bonito.
Mais um. Tá, não vai matar no primeiro.
Que jogo maluco.
Ali não foi o chip gordo não, Bala. Foi a bota de mana do boxe. E agora, tá bom. Agora o Nisha foi abusado até demais. E a punição finalmente chega. Mas cara, tem que até falar um pouquinho sobre isso. Bota arcano é um dos melhores itens no jogo. Muito absurdo, tá garantido muita mana, todo santo herói faz. Se você tem 2 na partida, e no caso a Team Liquid tem 3, é mana infinita pra todo mundo, pô.
Maninha daquele jeitão, cara. 12 minutos e 45, Melo. 12-4 no placar, 6k de vantagem é a vantagem da equipe da Liquid. E temos o Nature's Prophet já quase na metade da sua Gleipnir.
Eles cederam um pouquinho a vantagem, né? Nessas 2 mortes em sequência. Ainda assim, game 6 mil de vantagem em patrimônio. Doom já tem mão de Midas, Devorar maximizado, Daga de translocação. E com Condenar disponível, vai buscar Kokuya.
Tá querendo, tá indo pra cima. Movimentação, boxe, tá ali invisível. Não tá tendo visão do XJ por enquanto. E nem ele deles. Zai se reposiciona. Pegou informação. Ok, já pegou informação do Jakiro.
Só que ele achou mais no alvo que ele quer. Até porque vai acontecer uma contra-iniciação do jogo que não vale a pena. Mas estão agrupando todo mundo no meio. Muito do Nature's Prophet eles vão garantir. Só a segunda tier 2 da partida.
A Lacrit vai ali trazer bastante dano pra cima dele, corrido. Rapaziada, a Liquid tá dando uma aula de jogo aqui. E o Mickey pode ser punido agora? Será? Meu Deus! Ok, reposicionou. A galera dos Vingadores tá chegando. Cara, se salvar, eu acho que eles pedem GG rato. O Mickey tá vivo.
Não.
O Mickey tá vivo. O Mickey tá vivo. O Mickey tá vivo. O que tá acontecendo nesse Dota 2 aqui, Melo?
Armadura viva, Contera por muito. Contera absurdo. A Marcy mais ali as 2 tiaras assombradas que você pontuou, cara. É muita armadura que ele tem adicional. E acaba comprando um tempinho interessante. O Zai eu não vi se ele não tinha daga, mas ele demorou pra conectar com pisão de guerra. Senão aí sim teria um Mickey vivo ainda pra contar a história. Aero completo de um desastre.
Ai, rapaziada, esse negócio é louco. A Lacrit lá no meio. Mas cuidado, Nisha. Controle pra cima da Lacrit. Meu Deus do céu, o boxe é muito bom. Já chegou o Mickey. XJ, controlado. Jakiro, só chora, bebê. Porque o Mickey já vai trazer o abate.
Foi condenado ainda, vai morrer ali atrás do Félix Chalbar. Foi só. Félix Chal básico.
Entendi.
Tá muito tranquilo, cara. Tudo que eles tentam fazer há uma resposta não só na altura, mas que consegue destruir, cara, todas as possibilidades da Knight se envolver na partida, tentar se estabilizar de algum modo. Surpresa que a probabilidade de vitória tá até humilde, tá apenas em 76%, mas agora com o Gleipnir com mais setups fáceis pra Liquid, operar essa partida vai ser molezinha. E ao incêndio, super crescimento, Marcy tá controlada e morta.
Tiro de elite. E o Mickey vem só pra finalizar.
Tentando no Nisha. Mas também resquício defensivo. Parece que não tem como fazer nada.
Rapaz.
Acho que é só aceitar que a Liquid vai ganhar. É o que parece, é muito gritante a diferença. E tem um macaco tentando responder, acho que foi bom que a galera começou a ter apenas rotações tanto no meio quanto no bot. E aí o macaco na sua própria jungle termina uma fúria de batalha. Mas uma fúria de batalha que aparece aos 16 minutos e meio e tá longe do timing ideal. Sem contar que consegue participar ainda. E ó quem chegou já pra cobrar.
E olha quem chegou. Abre o ultimate aí, Igor.
É pedido, bala. Juro por Deus. Essa série aqui tava condenada desde o começo dos Knights.
Meu Deus. Olha o boxe. Saindo gigante ali, cara. Que isso, cara? Que isso?
Nature's Prophet tá dando até um detour e tá voltando pra Fúria da Natureza pelo Cetro de Aganin, sabe?
Cara, eu acho que isso vai ser bom, porque eles vão jogar muito rápido.
Muito bom. É, vai ser muito bom, sim. É mais que agora era o timing do BKB. Só que, cara, eles estão numa posição de muita vantagem, a ponto que acho que raramente os Knights serão os agressores. Então, pra ele, cara, o setupzinho que vai trazer da Fúria da Natureza vai ser muito bom. Ela vai, briga no meio, o Nicho de novo sofrendo.
O Nicho sofrendo de novo, Insania tá por ali. Tem um super crescimento ainda disponível. Chegou a MK, vamos trazer o controle. Ai, tentou. Apresentou o Rexona ali, mas não deu certo. Enquanto lá em cima as triantezinhas vai fazendo a linha de frente aqui para essa torre de número 2 ser avariada ao máximo que podia.
Quem tá sendo incrivelmente a única receita do desastre sendo o Nicho. É absurdo pensar que eu tô falando isso. Tá acontecendo. É quem tá mais sofrendo, a maioria das vezes não tô conseguindo salvar ele, mas estão punindo em sequência. Dessa vez não rolou nenhum nem outro, só perdeu o Nicho mesmo.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
É, rapaziada, o jogo tá difícil, hein?
Bom, Knights respira um pouquinho. Estão tentando fazer uma jogada agora no triângulo, porque eles têm visão do Mickey. O macaco vai pegar essa informação e eu acho que eles vão matá-lo.
Controlado. Ok.
Nossa, cajado do boxe.
Cajado do boxe salva momentaneamente, mas não é o bastante, cara.
É, bicudo do espírito.
Só que, ó, de volta. Vamos brigar. O Zai chegou, fecha o bar, vai tentar segurar o revelamento dele, consegue. Aqui na backline de Akiro pode ser período também. O Zai abatendo o cara de Shalbar, enquanto do outro lado, sobre o crescimento. Tá no chão, 2 abatidos. E detalhe, caiu também o Invoker na mão do Ember.
A punição chega, de novo aquela situação de que não salvam o alvo iniciado, mas conseguem cobrar a equipe do Knights. Isso aí foi tempinho também, que agora não só o Monkey King, mas a Massa e Farma. É difícil dizer algo sem ser Team Liquid sai na frente, cara. Pensando aqui em como esse Monkey King volta na partida, interessante a itemização dele, tá indo pro Cetro de Aganin. Cara, falta... É interessante porque ele vai sentir falta do BKB e ao mesmo tempo não vai, porque tem super crescimento, sem condenar, é uma partida muito... exige muito fácil do Monkey King.
Opa! Condenar utilizado pra cima dele!
Nossa.
Cai o Alacrity de novo, cara! 1/5! Enquanto lá do outro lado o Nisha garantiu a... Nossa, se pegar o Iga gigante. Tentou flyby, controlar, meu Deus do céu, que amarras maravilhosas, boxe. Para de jogar bem assim, cara.
Vamos construir uma self.
Depois tomar o outro lado. Não deu.
Não deu. E faltou também o super crescimento, foi utilizado no top, faltava 15 segundos. Dessa vez é um 4 por absolutamente nada. Só a Márcia sai pra contar a história, tier 2 em sequência. O Xanzinho já, talvez. E foi bom porque o Mickey ele não foi iniciado, o Ember Spirit também não. E aí, cara, como é que luta? Tem que garantir no mínimo um abate no começo da luta os Knights. Se não rolar essa condição, é só o básico pra Liquid.
Só o básico, cara. Que isso.
Acho que seria bom também matar o boxing, porque o bichinho tá jogando muitão. Vão tentar, mas é o rolamento. Round 2,
pegou. Pegou ali, o boxe.
E ele sai.
Nossa, aí não é possível. Não é possível, sai não. E o boxe ainda fica aqui.
Oh não. Spirit, você tentou matar meu boxe? Ah, ué. Não deu no Mickey, tá... Como é que fala?
Tá zoando, né?
Não, tá... Não, a palavra que eu quero falar é tipo benevolente, tá...
Tá bonzinho.
É.
Não era essa palavra.
Tem uma palavra bonita pra isso. É, tem uma palavra bonita pra isso. Generoso, sei lá.
Tá bondoso.
É.
Tá gordão.
Mas agora chegou a hora do lanche.
Normalmente, gordão é bom. Pelo menos é o que diz. A Insana fazendo movimentação pra lá. Aqui.
Então eu descobri que o roteiro está sendo feito, mas como é que se contesta? Eu tava pensando no Burger King, cara. Não, Burger King tá numa situação muito difícil, Bala. O que você vai fazer, mano? Se for fazer BKB, tem super crescimento e condenar. Se for fazer certo de Aganin, tem que rezar pra ficar vivo. Mano, situação meio complicada. E ó, o Insênia, já pegou a informação. Rotação dos dois.
Rotação dos dois, cara. Usai! Visão! Maravilhoso! O super crescimento do Insônia tá disponível. Ele traz em 4. O dano é altíssimo. Chega o Biquet pra fazer o abate, cara. Meu Deus do céu. O que joga a equipe da Liquid aqui é um Dota sólido e bem jogado. Cara, que jogo da Liquid maravilhoso. Sedento. Cara, 23 minutos, 21k de patrimônio. What the hell is going on, cara?
Desossaram, amassaram, destruíram.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Complicado, cara.
Aniquilado, derrotado, vencido, disperso, desbaratado,
Rapaz. E o Zai continuou no farm maluco dele, né? Ele que foi pra Midas, ok. O Mickey não precisou. Ele farmou heróis. Busca. Boa.
E a palavra destroçado aparece também nas seguintes entradas: destruído, estragado, deteriorado, raso, ruim. Nossa, esses dois finais aí é meio complicado, ser raso.
Raso é complicado. Opa, veio no rolamento, Fractiobar. Tá. Só que olha isso. Chegou o Mickey, serão 4. Conte comigo, Melo. 1, 2, 3. 4 abatidos. No momento que o GG é chamado e a vitória é da equipe da Liquid. 4 abatidos, contadinho.com.br. Você da BTS Brasil do seu canal de esportes.
Não preciso falar de novo. Acho que é pela última, né? Só pela série.
23
So you tell me,
Savage.
Jonathan.
Eu acho ele um.
So you tell me. Underway, very, very.
23 Savage na música eu não conheço, não. O nick dele é referência a uma.
Spirits, turn to ban.
Yeah.
Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Team Spirits, turn to ban.
Sí.
Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Pues efectivamente, habíamos hablado del Clover. Ayer creo que Panda se sacó un Clover excepcional y Team Spirit también está jugando en las dos partidas contra.
This hero multiple times. You always have a lot of impact as the Rubik. Your offlane duo is always steady. We don't tend to see a Rubik lane lose, although we have seen it yesterday. I think we saw it in one of our series. It just didn't do too well, but you can still get them a pretty good start. I can see if Spirit will pick the NP. They opt for the Enchantress first into the Centaur. So they leave the Nature's Prophet alone. The Timbersaw does come out for EG, which I'm happy to see. Coming out there for Whisper. It's a good solution already to Centaur. It's a good solution to an extent on Enchantress because, well, you don't really want to right-click her, but you've got the magical damage on hand. And it just gives you a stable lane. Like, you can allow the NP through here because Timbersoft doesn't mind that too much in lane. You just go reactive and you're pretty alright in dealing with it. So, yeah, you can allow a few more in the bands to go through here for EG.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Team Spirits, turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think the one thing that the Centaur does enable, and this is something that I think Fear loves to point out when we're doing NA panel or just NA casting, when you do see Centaur, it's more to enable like some of these low mobility cores that can come out. So maybe they're lining up for something that just can't run away as well. Say a Terrorblade could be one way to kind of get that done. Something like a Viper is up there as well as F. Although I don't think Team Spirit has picked any of those heroes, at least here in Lima. So you could kind of get maximum value from the Centaur in that way. I'm not sure if that's really what they'll gun for. And again, they're allowing a few more meta heroes to slide through. NP just completely ignored so far. Drow left in the pool, TA left in the pool. Taking care of the mids though, at least. Taking care of Puck, which you don't really deal with too well as the Enchantress support here. And the Centaur. It is a rather slippery for just relying on the Hoof Stomp. So I like that respect band coming out. The Silencer as well. They might line up for something like, I don't know if you'd want to run an Enigma support here with the Centaur. It just sounds pretty greedy, but it can dominate a lane. Like, you can play with Malefice as a follow-up for Hoof Stomp, so you can try to run down there and just deny a lot of EXP, but you don't really know your matchup. So you could just not have as much impact in the Enigma, although denying off range creep is always good, so you could just leave it there if you wanted, but then again, picking Enigma into Rubik, we've seen a couple of teams do that. I don't think Team Spirit would force themselves into that situation because it's not fun for Enigma. You're just hard countered off the bat. So I'm keen to see, again, a couple of options left. Viper's probably the big one for Team Spirit if they can find a way to run it. It's a good counter to Timbersaw. You're enabled by the Centaur with Stampede. You can just go in and out. so your mobility issue is solved. But you're not going to be laning against that Tim unless you run safe lane Viper, which I'm not a big fan of.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Riki.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you're really worried about the Riki here. Like, yes, Riki Centaur is a decent combination, but it's not as far-reaching as, say, a Riki Mirana. I don't think it doesn't feel as threatening. The smoke screen is going to be an issue for Whisper on the Timbersaw. You're going to need a BKB just to be able to zip around. I think that's the one counterpoint that EG will have to watch out for. The Timbersaw timing can be thrown off guard with a really aggressive Riki and just follow through from a Centaur. I don't know, like, you're running a Riki Enchantress support duo. It's something Spirit has run in Lima, as you pointed out, but it's not the most confidence-inspiring. You do get enough aggression out from Descent. I think you need more teamfight play, maybe just a little bit more control that's reliable. Like, you can enchant, say, a Centaur here to have 2 Centaurs in the War Stomp, but it just doesn't feel reliable enough. Like, if you pick something more slippery for EG and you already have something slippery in the Timbersaw, but something on mid that just zips in and out, a Spirit hero is not too bad here. Although Sleeping Dart can threaten you, but we have seen heroes just go for Kaya Sanj as a response to that, and the stat resist kind of buys you a little bit of time to just slip out if the follow-through is not quite there. EG, they pick up the Undying, which again, if you consider the fact you're expecting Centaur off lane, you're expecting maybe a Centaur Riki lane or a Centaur Enchantress lane, Undying does do pretty damn well there. Like, it's a strength here, it's going to melt middle of these team fights with Timbersaw and Undying. You have a lot of sustain and a lot of ways of just taking off strength.
Team Spirits, turn to
Templar Assassin.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you don't have any way of just melting the shield, and we have seen that shield just be a massive issue for a lot of teams when you do hit the talent spikes. Like, if you don't have something that machine gun trues, it just stands its ground well. The Slark can be a solution in a sense. Again, you've got that invulnerability to play with. You can be right on top of the TA, and you can melt through refraction with your Dark Pack. So that is a pretty good solution. You don't have the hardest hold from EG. At the same time, it's a double-edged sword, because Slark into Timbersaw, yes, you can build up the Essence Shift stacks. At the same time, you don't have the highest HP pool as a Slark, losing your primary attribute in the Rolling Death. You have ways of dealing damage, true. The Shadow Dance as well. It can be a bit rough. It's not the freest Slark game. At the same time, it's also not the hardest Slark game in here.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team spirits, turn to
Radiant team pick.
Yeah. I like the Ember ban. I think it leaves the Storm open for Team Spirit. I mean, you'd run a Storm Spirit plus Slark, but there's really nothing to catch a Storm here. All you have is lift back, maybe Psionic Trap, Silence with a Shard, but you are severely lacking control from EG for a highly mobile hero like that. Again, even the Slark is going to be hard to pin down here. So they go to Snapfire, which should be our mid, but it could flex. Like, you could somewhat flex it off lane and run something funky like a Timbersaw mid. I think EG is the kind of team to kind of get that done, but you wouldn't want to really take Timbersaw away from Whisper. At the same time, I'm trying to remember, I think we have seen Crystallock play a Timbersaw mid at some point, so there is some flex, maybe just waiting out the mid matchup. Like, honestly, if they left the Ember Spirit, banned the Storm instead, had the Ember versus Snapfire lane, the Snapfire pick would make a lot more sense on mid. So I'm keen to see what Team Spirit thinks, because ideally, you just keep Whisper on the Timbersaw. You have that lane against the Slark, it's manageable, and they will go with a Keeper of the Light. So it's not really that fast-running hero, but you've got a really good lane matchup here. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Cox. It was Cox. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. I think the tempo is a little bit better on EG until the 15-minute mark. After that point, we have to see Mira have a lot of impact on that Riki. The Kotl matchup up against Snapfire, you should basically win out as a Kotl. Snapfire can't really run up and harass you. She runs the risk of just eating through the Illuminate every single time, and you just win that. As the Kotl, I think the one thing for the side of EG is BKBs, especially in Pakaz, it ruins what Team Spirit has. Like, you just get a BKB, what's going to melt Refraction then? You're relying on Dark Pact and Urn. After that, you're going to have to right-click the TA to go the old-fashioned way, and Yatoro can attack fast, but to get on top of that TA with a BKB, maybe a little bit harder than you'd expect. I'm hoping EG can do it, you know? I'm thinking they can do it as well. They've got their accomplishments on hand. And, you know, as the crowd likes to say, let's go EG. Beat out Team Spirit. It's in Lima. You guys gotta pump it up. Let's go.
How could you? I mean, we've literally just started our day and you've already started with your bias casting. I mean, this is disgusting from John X Fire. He's already started. No shame here from my analyst. No shame.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta be hyped up. You know, it's Lima Major. it's South America. It's in Peru. We've got a lot of Peruvian players on EG. They're feeling it. We've all seen the video of the Major as well. You know, there's something to live up to here, Mike. You gotta cheer for him.
Yeah.
For him.
That would have been me once upon a time if I wasn't completely talentless, Jonathan. My parents very unsupportive of my Dota career as well, and they were right to be so because I was complete garbage at the game.
30 seconds. Well, there you go. To battle.
Before you had a Dota career before cast.
Very short-lived career, let me tell you. Did I tell you that? I mean, I joined an amateur team once, really, like back in the day, they kept making me play mid. And I was a terrible player. They're just like, dude, you gotta play mid. And it was always mid-lich for some reason. That was our strategy. Mid-lich. This is in Dota All-Stars, ladies and gentlemen. Just so you're aware, this isn't Dota 2. Anyway, getting back to the game, we won't talk about that too much more. Matthew's gonna stick around here for this bounty run. Illuminate might just fly right through for Lyle. Matthew does pick up the bounty. No real contest there for him. And it should be a 2-for-2 trade as Panda is able to secure another. And we'll see Mirror pick up to himself on the Riki. So we'll start with this mid lane. Because you are going to have Chris Luck, depending on what you prefer, on that Snapfire against Lal on this mid Keeper of the Light. What are you thinking about this mid matchup? Who should have the advantage and what are we expecting here, John?
I'm expecting our Kotal to just have a better time. Like, you can harass pretty well on Chris Luck, but the Kotal outspeeds you, outranges you, spams Illuminate from a mile away. It makes it really hard for Chris Luck to look for that trading opportunity. You could just turn this into an equal farming lane, and both sides kind of enjoy that, but the Kotal will always have a better time in the jungle if you do manage to get stacks. The biggest solution we've seen to the Kotal mid has been early sentries being dropped. If you can get a moment there for Matthew to rotate up top, just block off these camps, you simplify the process of shutting down this Kotal a lot more. It's less about the mid matchup, more about that game economy.
Speaking of Matthew, he's going to be there with Whisper there on the Timber. Yatora and Poshka going to be going up against these two. I made the comment that it should be a decent enough lane for Yatora early on, but once Whisper hits level 6, you are going to start to be maybe in a little bit of trouble here against the Timbersaw. I wonder if we see much aggression though, because for now both teams are just sitting back trying to kill creeps. And Whisper, he is a specialist when it comes to the Timber, so you do want to be somewhat cautious, trying to even take advantage early on as a slot.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a lot of aggression out with Mipashka. He has gone for the early impetus as well, which is a great solution towards the Timbersaw once he does have the reactive armor up, but doesn't quite have it yet. Does hit level 2, has it now. Gonna be a lot more durable. It's really level 3, level 4, where this lane can get extra spicy, and that's when you should start to line up for some kill shots on either side. Like, you'll have the value point in Counts in the Dark Pact at that point for Yatoro. You can have Mipashka with a couple of heals or just getting the enchant slot to set up, and you can run down. But in an equal lane like this, feels pretty good to play for Whisper. He's not under any threat. He can just build up farm, work towards the arcanes, work towards that durability, and just ride his way up to level 4 or 5, and just shine at that point.
What about that bot lane? That's the one lane we haven't looked at yet. Seems like they have dropped the Tombstone. Collapse and Mirror will go ahead and try to take that out, and they will get away with it. Of course, Bakaz is going to be there in that position 1 TA. It does feel like it might be a bit of a challenging lane down to this bot lane for Collapse. Well, maybe you could just try to secure farm and just ignore Panda on the Undying. Those decays are going to fly in no matter whether you like it or not. Bakaz, though, he is going behind the tier 1 tower now onto Collapse. They are trying to make the jump in, though. Bakaz, he may have gone too far, and he has. I was wondering what he was up to. He just got caught out and taken down.
Yeah, just a little bit too aggressive coming up from Bakaz. Does get punished quite well. Otherwise, that lane is going really well for him. Like, no contestation from Timbersaw. You can't really jump on top of the TA and punish. You just kind of farm, but feeding that gold away is pretty big for Collapse. Sets up for the center to just maybe grab that casual Ring of Health. Now, Vanguard would be very, very big in survivability for him to just hold that lane, and he already does have that Ring of Health, not too far off from the point booster or the vitality booster. And once you have your full Vanguard up, a lot harder for Bakaz to look for kill opportunities. You can still farm, but you're gonna have to rely on Panda to start getting some decays off, soften that Centaur up.
Yeah, so I mean, for Bakaz even, like, you don't need a hunt kill, you just secure some damage. Not really much Team Spirit can do to really slow you down here on the TA, unless you dive the tier 1 tower like that. Meanwhile, top lane, Poshka getting quite low on the edge, but is going to be just fine. Yatora is still trading harassment here with Whisper, but Whisper, he's got the level 2 reactive armor, so he really couldn't care less. Yatora, he'll just take the stats while he can. Wants those extra stats available for himself on that Slark, but it doesn't feel like either side's really going to be able to kill each other yet. Yeah, not until those levels are up. Even with the advantage of the Slark, it doesn't really feel like an advantage. Like, just looking at the way this lane matchup's going, you know, the Eng can't do too much to help, but maybe now with the level 2 enchant you can. detonate a Hellbear Smasher, so it'd be quite annoying for Matthew just getting chased down by this. But as for the Timber, well, Whisper's not really bothered. Look at Whisper, he's going right up Yatoro as we speak. And Yatoro's gone. Matthew came in for a Fade Bolt, they thought he'd backed off. Come back in for that final Fade Bolt and he secures the kill. Though he might go down to this Hellbear, but no, he plants the tree. They lost vision for a moment, and that'll be enough for Matthew to get himself out.
You can just shred through the Slark. Again, the back and forth is an interesting one in up against Timbersaw, because in theory you enjoy it as a Slark for the Essence Shift, but you are so low HP that the nuke damage from Whisper is just overwhelming if you allow the Whirling Death to stack up. And now he hits that level 4 timing we're talking about. Has the value point in the chain, so more nuking damage, more ways to reposition, just jump on top of these targets. There's not much Miposhka can do about this if he's not too careful. He could just get blasted down if Whisper was feeling brave enough to die, but not too keen on giving opportunities for Yatoro early. A rather even start for both sides. I have to say though, Mike, mid lane for Chris Luck has gone a lot better than I expected. He's pretty much dominated this lane against Laurel. They didn't manage to block off the camps, but when you have this strong to start in a matchup that I didn't expect.
They go for a run, Yatoro trying to help out, but it's so much damage being returned back the way of the Slark. Keep in mind, he's only level 4 right now. Whisper dropping low himself thanks to the dominated creep of Miposhka, rather the enchanted creep. Miposhka trying his absolute best to slow down AD at the top lane, but now Chris Luck shows up. Slows him up with the Snapfire, chasing down Yatoro now. You've got the kisses up. So if he's got the vision of Yatoro, that's all he needs to pop that ulti. But he won't see him. Yatoro, he will avoid the gank attempt from Chris Luck. We'll back off that right moment. Meanwhile, Matthew, he is going to drop. Miposhka does get him taken down, and Yatoro, he'll hand the tip over, and the reason he has tipped him is because Chris Luck ran right next to him as the seed shot was bouncing through. So it does bounce back towards the Rubik and gets him killed.
Costs them a little bit. You don't mind too much. It's a bit of a reset for the Rubik anyway. Mira does manage to bail out, and Cookie was expended early on from Chris Luck. But again, just looking at Chris Luck, before that rotation, before Laurel went into the jungle, he just dominated mid. Like, he's just been running up, using his Scatter Blast and sidestepping that Illuminate. And that is one way to dominate that lane. As long as you don't cop the hits, you feel pretty good on the Snapfire there. You can sustain your spam. The economy game for Laurel isn't hurt too bad though. He hasn't been blocking camp, so it's not something like, say, Geek Slave with Cox, where you just don't hit your timings. He does have the travel up, going for the urn. We need to see Team Spirit get some successful rotations, though. Once you get that urn up, you can connect really nicely with Collapse.
Miposhka in trouble again. He'll go for a run, but the chains are there from Whisper. Matthew can cut him off, though. A nice stun with the enchanted creep. Yatoro, he'll move in as well, and well, Miposhka, very nice micro with the Enchantress. Does save his own life as he's moving back in onto Matthew now. I think there's really a chance for Miposhka to be able to secure a kill here on the Ench, but at the very least, he does get away with his life intact.
He bails out, waits a little bit of the time out from the side of EG. And then you'd really want to hammer in this risk. He's kill up for the strong though.
A lot of action happening across the map here, John. This is what I love about these teams in South America. Look at this slow. Oh, he can't outrun him. Chris Luck, he'll get the tip from Matthew. This is what I love about these South American teams. They love to fight. It's just so scrappy. It's such a high tempo kind of Dota that you don't really get to see from many regions anymore. Cookie in again, Mirror. He's going to get caught out now. Chris Luck doing so much damage. Mirror's still going for a run, the Panda right behind him. Matthew. Well, Matthew will secure the kill with the Fade Bolt. Evil geniuses. Looking so strong already during this game. Whisper. In trouble. Oh! Hurricane back, but in fact, Yatoro barely survives as well. Will go for the chase. They should have. Whisper underneath the tier 2 tower now, still alive. Will try to juke into the tree line. Surely they kill him off. He has to die.
No way.
Come on, Whisper. You can't survive. You can't. Impossible. If he survived, I would have literally left the desk. I'm gone. I'm leaving the room. That's it.
I mean, he's doing his job. That's a 4-man rotation for him. And he's just applying so much pressure onto Yatoro. Like, this guy's just not able to farm as much in that lane. He is still, you know, within the network of Whisper, but he's nowhere near the top. And Pakaz, C-Smile have taken over. Collapse up there as well.
Yeah, that was the impact of that rotation. You just talked about it, right? Like Whisper forcing 4 up top, so they'll make sure Collapse can't calmly farm down at that bot lane of the Centaur. Well, Collapse is currently the top of the net worth board here for Team Spirit, so very important he does continue the good farm he is getting, because they are going to need him to maybe make the space for someone like Yatoro to be able to catch up in his own farm.
Oh,
bot lane.
Pakaz?
They've got the earn up. They'll burst through the refraction charges, but Pakaz, he'll just TP. And you already commit the stun, so it's no problem.
And that is something we talked about from the draft. Both sides don't really have the best lockdown. You have a little bit more on Team Spirit for the Stomp, for the Enchantress and her creeps, and eventually the Dart from Mira. But as it is right now, you see that stun, you know you can TP out right after. And look what Whisper's doing. Being very efficient in that top jungle. They've got the forward wards and able to play. He's just clearing out. They've blocked the camp. They're ensuring that even if Laurel can flash farm, it's not going to be for too long. And again, he's eating jungle space that Yatoro at some point would want for himself as well. So good early control on the economy coming out from Evil Genius's side. The side of Team Spirit, it's a bit slower going. They're at the point where Collapse can solo push though.
A lot of damage, Whisper not allowing him to stick around. Of course, while we have a chance, John, you saw our odds from Bet Boom as well. It was 3.8 to 3. Evil Geniuses came in, the underdogs here in this game, number 1, but well, again, they're doing a fantastic job thus far. Yatoro just sticking around here, but every time Whisper sees him, the immediate change comes out towards the Slark's direction, and well, Yatoro, he's kind of got the memo. He cannot stay around that top lane. He'll go down bottom farm there instead. And that should allow Evil Geniuses to continue pushing in that T1 top tower.
And he can shove it in. It's a little bit slower going, but you can tank through with Whisper. They have lost their bot tier 1 here on EG's end. So you're shrinking a little bit in space for Pakaz on the side of Team Spirit. Again, despite the back and forth start, they are still finding a little bit better farm. Not by much. Very thin margins here. Forced to kind of rotate top to just ensure they've got forward control of their top jungle. Whisper's not being shoved away though. Still feeling confident. He doesn't have anything like an early cloak, so the magic damage is still big here.
I'll take that.
He was hanging around with this one. He's not afraid. He'll move back in onto Maposhka. Lau will be forced to pop the blinding light and trying to get him away, but Maposhka is still being chased down. Luckily the hills do come in, and now Whisper's the one to be forced to get away. Lau, I believe, has his spirit on the way on the courier. They need it so much right now, and now they've got it, but it seems too late to keep for the chase. Instead they'll go after Chris Luck on the snapfire, but he's got so much help around. This whole time, Matthew's just been spamming that max Illuminate he stole. It's just very hard to fight into a Rubik with that Illuminate level 4. So much damage being dealt. With that Team Spirit, well, they do at least protect that top side of the map. They'll make sure the top T1 does remain standing at that top lane, but unable to try and punish any of the side of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, they're not really able to get the kills, and that is space for Pakaz. They're scouting out with Mira, at the very least soaking some of that EXP here while the stacks are being cleared out, but they can't really stop it. They could try to make a play. Yatoro's ready to play with that.
Stampede pop, they'll make the jump in with the hoop stop. That's going to be a very easy pick off onto Pakaz. Great gank there by Team Spirit. Exactly what they needed. Steep wards giving the information they required to get that gank, and well, Pakaz, he's still third in net worth, but as a TA, you do want to snowball out of control. Well, at least for now, that's not exactly happening, but here comes the rest of the cavalry. Whisper does at least pick up Paposhka, but they want to keep fighting with this. Matthew, he does go down, but he goes Whisper once again. Lyle, he's been caught up in a big hoop stop. Collapse will stop them in their tracks, and the chains, it's not going to land onto a tree. Mira, in the meantime, also able to get up, so instead they'll move in onto the Centaur. They've got Collapse down. At least they'll find the pulse 3. Narrowly missing out on the mid-coddle. Still not too bad of a team fight for either side. But considering Pakaz did go down for Evil Geniuses, I think Team Spirit will consider that a win.
Yeah, they're more than happy. This is the difference now with our TA and Slark. You are ready to go on Yatoru to help out with the Diffusal Blade up and running. I mean, he's got a lot of damage, he's got a lot of early output, and it just helps with his chase. They don't manage to stun up Mira, unfortunately. If he was right in the nick of time. But this understanding from Team Spirit that they have to play tempo here is pretty big. Like, you just keep shutting down Fakaz, you delay this TA spike, you delay the eventual Roshan that Evil Geniuses will want to take, and it just throws off the timings that they'd want to do. It allows build up for your Scent to get extra tanky, allows build up for your Kotl to get more magic damage out. You do have the Gobble Up play ready on Chrislock though. So you have some interesting angles to take, especially with bringing forward Whisper or just saving someone in the middle of these fights, especially once you get that blink off. So more options for Evil Geniuses in the fights, but they really need to provide protection for Fakaz. Get that Desolator up, get into the BKB, and then your TA can play.
Again, Team Spirit, they group up with that Radiant Triangle. They've already done Panda on the Undying, and Panda, he just gets ripped to shreds here by Team Spirit. Lal doing so much damage on that Keeper of the Light. Matthew shows up to the D-Ward, but he's being punished immediately. In fact, no, Chris Lucky spits it back in with the Gobble Up, and they've got a push down. The Ward finally down the collapse. He jumps in for a two-man stun, and now Chris Luck. Chris Luck may be punished. Mirrors on the high ground. Don't secure the kill. Whisper, the only one able to get away for now, but Lal is still chasing him down. Won't be able to continue though. Whisper just chaining away. But man, that ward on the high ground, it just did so much for Team Spirit.
They got max value out of it. Inside of EG, they have to still respect that Kotl. You know, we don't have those early BKBs up and running. We don't have anything like an early pipe, a Glimmer Cape coming out to mitigate some of that magic throughput. They're always going to be effective. And find Panda again.
They have Yatoro, he'll get to work. Also will be dropped, but they can't do it this long. Like, Fakaz is around trying to help out, but now he might be targeted. They'll make the jump in. Matthew will help out. Yatoro still trying to find a way out. He might just drop with it, and he does. Gobble Up is there. Fakaz right on target. The Poshka will get destroyed here by the TA. And it seems like Evil Genius has got the memo. They need to stick together as a team. So I say that. Seems like Team Spirit, they will back off. Almost felt like they were about to go back in. But EG, realizing they can't just swim against a team like Team Spirit, they'll group up and just kind of measure the team fight out a little bit and give it right back the way of the Dire.
You're still pretty happy on Team Spirit's side. I didn't even notice, but Fakaz's courier with his full Desolator actually died. No Deso for a minute. If you've managed to have that Deso on hand, these kills would go a lot faster. You could get a lot more aggressive on top of Laurel and just melt these softer targets, which you have a lot of on Team Spirit right now. EG, they are 3k behind. Team Spirit have worked the map a lot better. You're lagging a little bit behind on Chris Luck and Whisper. Most of your farm is just pouring onto Fakaz. And Yatoro is also being sacrificed, but again, he's taking an early position on the Slark to be active. So he's just not able to focus in on that jungle, not focus in on those lanes as much as you want on a farming Slark, but your progression is still there. You're just ready to run on Team Spirit. You've got the dart, you've got the blink stop. Without these BKBs to protect on EG, if you find the angle on Team Spirit, you just melt here.
Double up again. Matthew, it is on target here from Chris Luck. Collapse, he's been pounced on Matthew. He had the stolen town. Collapse dropping to the kisses of Chris Luck, but not dead quite yet. Whisper, he will be able to secure the kill. Mira trying to run, but there's just so much damage incoming. Whisper, he'll find a double. Maposhka will try to run now. He was in the backside, but Matthew's got the hoop stop. He'll lock him down. And EG will clean up. 3 for nothing. The way of Evil Geniuses.
They're reeling it back. They're starting to stick together as a team. They've got the output. And as long as Team Spirit doesn't start these fights with a pick-off, you've got pretty good angles. They force out the Stampede early for the retreat. Doesn't do much for the side of Spirit. Now they can go for this really quick Roshan. And it just melts. Like with double meld up, with a full Deso finally coming out on Fakaz. And a Blink coming out right after. The secondary life on Fakaz. You're probably not going to have enough to kill him off. As long as he has Refraction coming off cooldown, he'll always have some way of just surviving through in the middle. and it evens out the game. Team Spirit, still slight net worth lead, 1k up, 2k up, but because you've gone for this kind of build-up on Yatoro, he's gone for the Heaven's Halberd as an answer to the TA. You don't have this really mobile Slark that can just jump in and prevent the backline from being effective, right? You don't have that early Ags pickup we tend to see from Slark, and it just limits the options for Team Spirit. It limits them to just relying so much more on collapse. You cannot afford to get picked off first in these engagements.
Got so much initiation now as well on EG. Like, you've got Matthew with the Hoof and the Gobble Up play from Chris Luck, and here we go again. Gobble Up completely blind. Matthew just trusting Chris Luck to not send him to complete death. Not for nothing, at least. Time around, though, will not land. Not what they wanted. Panda gonna get caught out here by Mirror, and will get deleted. The Illuminate. So much damage from Lal. Making kill streak for him on the mid-keeper. And it seems like EG might have to sit back, but Team Spirit, they'll maintain the 2k net worth advantage. Keep buying that time for Yatoro. They will retreat. They just trust their draft to be able to scale later on against the TA. Mind you, speaking of that TA, Picaz is getting a little bit out of control in terms of net worth. Currently the top of the net worth board now on the TA, and certainly has caught up very, very effectively. Is almost at the stage where she could start joining these team fights. Though I would say maybe you would want a BKB, because moving in, Mirror is going to pop the Sleeping Dart. There will be a Dust Out, and now the Sleeping Dart has been stolen. It's going to be a pretty ridiculous range for this Sleeping Dart from Matthew.
And you don't even have anything like the Aether Lens up and running yet. You just have the maxed out Arcane. So, really good spell to pick up for Matthew. He's been on point. Like a while ago, he had the opportunity to steal Stampede. He waited for that boost stomp. Just really wanted to have this combination with the Gobble Up. Because he's going to be able to back off.
Yeah, mid lane, they've got the Centaur forcing out the Stampede. He's been hexed up, so he cannot get away, and he will drop. Can the one to take it on the Undying. Well, he was actually a zombie that got the kill there for a moment, but now the mid-tier 1 tower is under siege. With the Death Swap on Picard, it's not going to take too long to take it out. And for Team Spirit, it does feel like their backs are kind of against the wall here. Like, you are still farming very effectively on your Toro, but I still doubt the Slarkless TA matchup. It just doesn't feel the best.
No. Again, it's a little bit back and forth. Until BKB's up, you can always take care of the Refraction. With your Dark Pact, you've got the Shadow Dance on top of the TA, but that's in a vacuum. You're not in vacuum. You've got the Timbersaw who can just make short work of you over the Shadow Dance. You don't have the most HP in the world to really feel confident up against all the magic damage coming through from EG. This BKB for your Toro is going to be really important for him to hold his own in the middle of these fights.
Oh, they found Mirror. They've got the Ricky, the Sleeping Dart, put the Ricky Chris Luck with the Scatter Blast. It's just such a disgusting combo, man. It's like once he's melting. Can't get away, and now Lal's getting chased down. Oh, Picaz. Lal, he's okay. He'll be able to make it out with the Blinding Light. But if they land one stun, if they get a lift, you just get destroyed. There's no escape.
It's so satisfying to see a Ricky die to his own Sleeping Dart. You know, you don't get to see that too often, but when you do, oh boy, you just feel so happy. Yeah. That's what the next patch should be. Just remove Sleeping Dart from Ricky. If there's a Ricky in the game, everyone else can have Sleeping Dart for some reason. Some lore reason, you know. Just let the animals fight the Ricky this time. Turn it around. It's time for revenge.
Radiant's bottom.
I can hear the pain in your voice, Jonathan. Obviously, this pack does not treat you very well. Don't worry, John. I know. It hasn't treated me well either. I have those sleeping darts in my dreams sometimes. Very, very sad. Easy. I mean, it's less than 1k net worth advantage here for Team Spirit. It's such an even game between these two teams.
Ooh. We've got the Ags coming up for Whisper. Some more damage coming out. 2 Chalkmans ready to go. I love that he's going for the Blink as well. We just have some more gap close, have some more ways to dance around here. Punish the fact that the hold is, again, just basically Sleeping Darts and Hoof Stomp. That is really your hold. I mean, I say that, but EG has worse hold in the sense that it's just Cookie and Gobble Up. But it's been it's been something EG's been playing a lot more aggressively with. Whereas Team Spirit, they've kind of backed off. Aegis has expired. That should leave them room to come back into these fights. BKB for Yatoro is basically done. So you have more angles taken. You've got the full Guardian Greaves up and collapse. You have a lot of sustain on top of that, with all of the Illuminates coming through on Spirit form as well. There's a lot of play there. But EG, they're just taking over while they're strong. They just melt these objectives, they can shrink the map. If they've managed to find another stun, as you mentioned there, Mike, if they just catch one hero out, with this damage they have, they can just take over. Start taking those tier 2s, threaten high ground, but with a BKB up and running, Team Spirit, they'll smoke up here.
Don't worry,
They need some kind of fight to go their way. This game's way too even for their liking, I'm sure. And Team Spirit with this 4-man smoke, we'll see if they can find exactly what they need. In fact, because he is the closest target. This is exactly what they want. He's got no BKB up. He'll make the jump in. He needs the blind here right now, but he's not going to have it in time. Because is gone. Team Spirit will get the most primary target they could have asked for. And it really does go back to the fact that he doesn't have a BKB yet on the TA. But there's just no counter fight once the Sleeping Dart does come in. And there's another. They found the mid-snapfire. That's another huge target. Chris Luck, he does have the BKB. He's going to be alright. The Stampede's him into a double hook stop here from collapse. They might find Matthew with a 4-star away for now. He's going to be alright. Toro will chase him down on the slot. Eventually finds him on the Rubik. In the meantime, Aposhka, he does drop the boot. In come the kisses. So they'll find the tombstone, but it seems like EG want to keep this thing going. Onto Yatoro they go. It's a lot of damage, but not quite enough. Yatoro is going to be just fine to try and pounce his way out. Very back and forth here between these two teams. Mind you, EG, they are fighting without their +1. We'll be up in about 10 seconds for Chris Luck. He does get caught out. Team Spirit finding another great target into Whisper, but they won't be able to deal with the Timber quite yet. They'll leave him be. Every time the TA gets caught out like that, Team Spirit, they understand they can take advantage. And there's not really too much EG can do about it.
And Pakaz just went all in. He finished up the Daedalus as his Aegis expired. He didn't opt for BKB. He's going for it now. So he's gonna be a little bit harder to pin down there, but it does feel like he's gonna need his Hurricane Pike up and running as well, just to get some distance between him and the side of Team Spirit. You do have at least one 4-staff up on Matthew going for the shard next as well. So you have some saves on hand. Panda's 4-staff still a ways off. I am interested to see whether or not we'll have like some sort of Dispel on hand as well for Pakaz. Like a Lotus Orb feels so necessary just to ensure that you don't get melted down. You're not constantly solar binded up. Once that control does set in from Spirit, they can just run you down. Oh!
Huge target. They'll get the follow-up stun here on the Snapfire. Though Chris Lucky does have the help there. The backside and goes the gobble up. Matthew, rather Pakaz is in. They've got Chris Luck collapsed. Somehow still alive. He's gonna get away for now. Pakaz could not finish off the job. I believe it was the Heaven's Halberd from Yatoro coming in clutch there to make sure the TA could not attack.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And Team Spirit, they are really getting away with murder here in this game 1. This BKB not being picked up by this TA, it's coming back to haunt them quite hard here.
Yeah, we're not seeing the output of that Daedalus come through at all. Like, there's just no angle for Pakaz to stand in the center and fight if they don't find these pickoffs first on the side of EG. And it's just a lot harder to find those pickoffs. With the BKBs up, with the Guardian Greaves up and collapse, so much durability coming through here. And where EG shines right now is maybe a little bit more prolonged fights once their BKBs are up. You can play with Decay, you can just keep stacking up the Whirling Death debuffs and just start to melt these heroes, but you're just not surviving through long enough to get that. At the least, not long enough on Pakaz. So they have to be a little bit more patient on EG's end, just try to farm up on the TA, a 6k lead presenting itself for Team Spirit. Yatoro and Laurel way ahead now in comparison to Whisper and Chris Luck. These cores have been playing aggressive. You know, they have been making space on the map, but you've got the full Ags up and running for Yatoro. So you have easy ways of just jumping into the backline, jumping onto Pakaz, jumping onto Chris Luck, keeping these heroes pinned down. And it just complicates these fights so much more for the side of EG. Again, I've been saying this a couple times, but they need to find a pickoff before taking these wider engagements. They've been most successful when they catch Collapse out of position, but Collapse, he's just been sticking with Steam now.
Yeah, and Team Spirit, here we go again. 5-man smoke up. The X available. Yatoro is a huge power spike for the Slark. And he wants a target. Happy to move in first. Smoke broken, Whisper. They're going to realize they're around the corner. There's the Super. They've got the Timber. That's a great target if they can burst him down with the 4 staffs. Whisper is fine. Chris Luck goes for the gobble up and is going to be able to get the Timber away. And Team Spirit, well, that will be the Axe reveal on Yatoro. EG will know that does exist now. Sadly for Team Spirit, they will not be able to capitalize with the surprise reveal. Such a close game between these two. Like, even though there's a 6k net worth lead for Team Spirit, it's one of those games where one team fight and it just swings right back the other way. Here we go again.
Oh, good smoke again.
HP picked up by Yatoro, that'll help. EG. Cars is going to be so careful.
Oh, no.
Himself. Chris Luck, he's alright for Cars. He'll be the one to get caught first. Collapse will make the jump in. He's still alright though. The Cars trying to run Chris Luck. He'll save the day again. The TA is just fine. The gobble up. It's so hard to fight against it, especially when Chris Luck still has the BKB. And instead, Team Spirit, they might just have to try for Roshan. Nothing else is working out.
You did force a BKB use out though. You still have ways to keep all these lanes shoved out with a cobble. You have map control on Team Spirit's side, so you're not feeling too dissuaded by that. BKB is still set to come out for Pakas. It's been progressing in a bit of a middling pattern. He's still number 1 in that worth, so you still at least have that. But for EG, they need more than just that TA BKB. Whisper has got to have his own as well, and he's a little bit further away from that timing. So Team Spirit still has a window open. They are clumping up near the Roche pit, but not really fully committing. And a shame too is they're about to lose their Dark Cold Summoner. He's set to expire shortly. Not really able to maximize push just yet, but EG with their own BKB up, at least on Pakas. This could be their opportunity. They need to maybe go for a smoke play out, go on a hunt. If they find that one pick off now, Mike, Roshan opens up very quickly.
Hex is up on Lal. That's a huge item here for Team Spirit. Chris Luck with that. Once the BKB is down, you can finally take care of the snap fight. It's so detrimental in keeping Pakas alive throughout these engagements. Team Spirit still grouped up. They do have some smokes available on Maposhka if they want to pop it, but they'll clear out the mid-creep wave first. Roshan's still just standing there waiting for someone to claim it. There's going to be a 5-man smoke from EG first. They're the ones to move in. Chris Luck with the gobble up already, but doesn't really have a target to go after. Keep in mind, Whisper now has his own BKB. So the Timbersaw, a little bit more challenging to deal with throughout these engagements. And of course, Pakas, he's got his own one as well. So this team fight could be a whole lot different for Team Spirit to try and deal with all these BKBs now available on Evil Geniuses. Smoke does get broken on Matthew. They'll know Mirror is around here somewhere. Panda will hide in the Roshan pit. It's just a matter of how you start the team fights and who does it first. They move in for that ward. They do. The Sleeping Dart is there onto the snap fire, but he does get 4-staff back the other way. Yatoro will jump in. Panda will cop the Solar Bind, but he's okay to just casually walk out. Both sides understanding how important the next team fight is, because you do get to just claim Roshan straight after the fight, and it probably will lead to a T2 tower to go down. So there is going to be another smoke to come out from EG. Mira, he's always there to break the smoke though. It's very hard to surprise them on the side of Team Spirit against this Ricky. Mira, he'll get lifted up the path. He'll make the jump in, but the uphill misses there. Mira takes no damage. Yatoro will jump in. They found Panda on the pos 5 undying. It's a great start for Team Spirit. Onto Whisper they go. Whisper will just chain away, but Team Spirit, they could think about going for Roshan. Though to be fair, the Undying only has 20 seconds left to respawn. So it's a very short timer.
It's not the big target you really want. Undying kill still gives you a number advantage, but it's not the hero you really want. Heck, even Matthew would be a bigger pickup, taking away that Rubik with the stolen spells, with the lift back saves. And with that shortness, they're just forced to just keep this farm game up. That is pretty much all the smokes, I believe, of the side of Evil Geniuses. So they can't angle outside to try to force this issue. It's so hard when you've got Mira and Ricky just all over the map. It makes it so easy to break. And Team Spirit could set up for their own smoke play now. They've got the DD to play off of as well.
Damage.
There's your 5-man smoke. They want to rush in because he's so close by. Panda, though, is going to be there to break the smoke and tank the gank, though he hasn't broken it quite yet, but they will settle for it because he realizes they're around the hex, but the hex is going to come out. They've locked him down. Picard is dead. Oh, it's so unfortunate. They could have just let Panda die, but they didn't realize the smoke was there. Still, Lal will die on the mid-keeper, but Whisper does get caught by the powerful Yatoro. Cookie will do nothing. Collapses out with a double hook stop to boot. Chris Lucknell, he's the next target. He'll try for the TV play up, but he barely makes it. Oh, Yatoro almost had his way with him, but not quite. So it'll be a 2-for-2 in the end. Still in the favor of Team Spirit as they down Picard once again, but it seems like it might even be a 2-for-3. Mira still alive, able to blink strike back out, so the gobble up is going to connect from Panda, but it won't be enough damage. Yatoro's going to move in on the slant, looking for another kill for himself. Cookie will do nothing but stun up Yatoro for a moment, but it really is just for a moment. Yatoro still thinking about more, does go, counts right in onto Matthew. Sleeping down will knock down the Rubik, and that'll be another. Chris Luck needs his own way out. He'll Cookie, he'll be okay. Matthew in the meantime does commit his buyback just in case. But Yatoro, he'll taunt him on the way out with the voice line. And suddenly Team Spirit are well and truly in the lead of this game 1 as they can go right after Roshan.
They're already starting just with the Poshkin collapse. Yatoro, he has quite a few essence shifts, although they are starting to expire, but it's still not the outcome to take this rush. Not the fastest in the world, so it should still fall before EG can mount any sort of resistance here. And for the side of EG, it just fell apart. They could have just had the Undying cop at first, but they didn't have vision. The dart came out right as Prakash showed himself on the side of that flank, and the Hex is just so menacing from Laurel. It's exactly the control they need to prevent Prakash from having that impact. His BKB is still 9 seconds. He's had it for so long, the smokes haven't panned out, and when he gets jumped, he's just chain stunned without any saves. Like, once we see this TA pop the BKB and use it in the middle of a fight, it's gonna have a lot of impact, but the angles have just not presented themselves for EG. Mira's just been, well, he's just been playing Ricky. And what can you do when a Ricky breaks your smoke 2 times in a row?
Not much. Much at all. They're very good on this pause for Ricky, just making it impossible to try and smoke him for a team fight here on the side of EG. Team Spirit, they'll find the top 2-2 tower. They'll back off right after. Just continue building that net worth advantage. We've got plenty of time on the Aegis here in Yatoro. Plenty of time to find the opportune moment to try and move in for another fight. But they will start moving into that Radiant jungle. Make sure that EG have no space to farm. Well, EG is still moving in. Yatoro, he'll pounce forward. Picard is going to be spotted. He'll back off. Panda, the one being left behind, as the 4-staff all over the place on the Undying. Lift away as well, but Yatoro is still chasing him down. The pounce will connect, and that's going to be enough. In the meantime, collapse. Oh, they found Whisper. That's a much bigger target, but Whisper will BKB and just chain away. He'll be all right. The Team Spirit, they are not slowing down. They know Picard is around the corner. Picard will be able to blink away on the TA. Team Spirit now might try and set up that mid-tier 2 tower instead. Oh, Picard? Still being chased by Mira. Sleeping Down will be out. Stampede to make sure they can close the gap for Picard. Oh, he's been caught again. Lift away from Matthew, but it may not make the difference. 4-star to the low ground. Still trying to run, but collapse on the chase. No, Picard. He barely survives. The Yatoro's not done. He wants more. He wants to punish him for letting that TA get away. They throw in Whisper, but Whisper, he can't do much right now. The Impetus shots, it's too much damage. The Kosh with the Hurricane Pike, he is just destroying them now.
They just run them down, and because he's playing so risky here, he's going for the full Swift Blink without buyback goal. At this state of the game, with 2 lives in the Slark, like, he finally gets to use his BKB, but he barely gets out of there alive, so he's not going to have that for the offensive play here, or at least for the defense here on the high ground. And Team Spirit, they understand this. They can just melt through the objectives, sustain the creep wave, Coggle with the Illuminate just doing so much work, and you don't have a counterpoint. You need your Timbersaw here to hold us back.
Collapse, getting stunned up there for a moment. Still going to be just fine to go through it anyway. Takes out the 4-pan on the Undying, though Gobble up is there for Chris Luck, but they do blinding light him back. In fact, now both will be torn out. Chris Luck, he's the new target, though he'll try to BKB and run, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, they are all like flies with cars. He's right in the middle. GG is called game 1. It will go the way of Team Spirit. It was such a great start for Evil Geniuses, but they just couldn't hold it together.
Yeah, they had a couple of big openings there. They were really pressuring the side of Team Spirit quite nicely on this.
5 seconds. 5 seconds remaining.
Team spirits, turn to
Radiant team ban.
Team spirits, turn to ban.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Maybe more control coming out, especially for EG. Like they basically just had Cookie plus Lift as their main control and the Gobble Up, really. Like they lacked a lot of good stuns, so something like the Slark was just super mobile. When the Stampede successfully went off, EG just couldn't kill off any heroes. And I like that shift. EG, they just ban out Rubik. They don't have first phase here, so they just don't want to have to deal with that coming out on Team Spirit's side. You do have options. Again, Nature's Prophet still in the pool. You have Beastmaster in the pool as well if you want that. But now they'll go for the Riki. It worked last time. Pick it up again for Mira. He's been effective on it. You just wait till minute 15. You get the shard. You're going to be able to set up for literally almost any hero with a follow-up stun. So you can't really fault him for going back into that. I'm wondering if EG will want to go for Whisper's Timbersaw again, because it was just his first phase pick without seeing what else was there. And he was still pretty effective. I honestly don't think Whisper was the issue. I don't think the Timbersaw was an issue at all. It dominated really well in lane. It pressured Yatoro quite well. I wouldn't mind seeing it again.
Radiant team pick.
Team spirits, turn to pick.
Sack.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
I don't mind it. You know, it works really well. You can protect the Nature's Prophet in the next set of bans, take out stuff like the Primal Beast, anything that just jumps on top of that hero. You do have some solutions already from EG though. It does feel like Leshrac is a pretty good counterpoint to the Nature's Prophet. You clear out the Treants well. You just soak through with a Bloodstone in the middle of these ganks just fine. You got a BKB and you're going to be pretty happy there. So it's not the easiest Nature's Prophet game in the world, but you can try to enable it. They'll go for the DP instead, which I like a little bit more. It just has much more flexibility. That should be our collapse here in the off lane. But again, if you are somehow forced to pick something else, you can always flip it onto the mid. We've seen that a couple of times now. So the flexibility is still on hand. Now the question is, will anyone ban the Nature's Prophet? Because I think it fits into both drafts pretty well. Both of them can push really fast with an NP. Like you've got Leshrac, you've got DP. There's a lot of tempo to be gained if the Nature's Prophet does slide through.
Radiant team back.
Team spirits, turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back.
Team spirits, turn to ban.
else is there to ban out there from good old Whisper? Venomancer is something he's picked up. He has run Leshrac actually. Actually, he has played Leshrac off lane. So you could go Leshrac off. It's not been the most successful here for EG, but it is a possibility if you kind of want to just bait out Team Spirit here. For EG's part, I mean, they've been much more cautious. They've been banning out these supports. Shadow Demon you mentioned, not the most common ban, but it does make sense when you've got something like the Riki. Like, you can just set up. You don't even need to get the Sleeping Dart. You just need Disruption into the smoke screen, and then suddenly you have a really good gank on hand, but the body blocks coming through as well. And the Enchantress that, well, we just saw how effective it was coming out from the Pushka last time, so respect ban there. It was just super good with using these creeps to just win out the lane, find some counter kills even if he drops. What do you go for EG? Like, it's not showing much from either side. I am surprised Nature's Prophet is actually just left. Like, Nature's Prophet, Drow, TA, the Spirit Brothers are all left in the pool, Puck, Quap, all these mobile heroes are still in touch. And if EG did want to flex, and they could, again, flex Leshrac off lane, get something more tempo on mid, but it's always a bit dicey picking, say, a Spirit Brother into DP and Riki. There's a lot of silences. There's the Sleeping Dart threat down the line. It's not the comfiest, so I think Team Spirit just are fine with allowing all of these heroes through. Do you really allow Nature's Prophet, though? Do you really allow, like, Drow, TA, and say a TB, which we've seen sort of rise up as well? But those are all pretty good options. Heck, EG, if they wanted to go all in on this Lesh, and we've seen the IO pop up with the Leshrac for the battery, that could work out as well.
Radiant Team Spirits turns
Lion.
Oh! Oh, yes.
Ten seconds remaining.
Why is it a good pick? You've got burst damage for Riki. You've got burst damage for a DP. You've got pretty decent lane. You can't sustain a Leshrac. That does take your level 15 or level 20 talent, where you can replenish allies. So in a way, you are a battery, but that's like a really late battery. It doesn't matter at that point in the game. But it does give it a much harder control. We talked about this as being the weakness in the Game 1 draft for both sides, just not having the best stuns. EG have completely compensated. They've got the Leshrac stun with the Split Earth, they've got the Overgrowth, they've got the Shard of Treant, they've got Lion. So there's a lot of control coming out. They can play a lot better aggressively. They can actually hammer in these kills without worrying about these heroes escaping. The line is kind of susceptible to the Riki, though. Just off that support matchup, Smokescreen just kind of rings you, so you will need a Force Staff. And I like that Team Spirit just go for the Undying. Go for something aggressive. You can soften up the Leshrac, make him easier to handle, make the Lion very, very squishy here as well. I am keen to see where EG runs the Lion. Like, if you run it into the Undying lane, you could pretty much go for like a 1-0-2 build, kind of prioritizing early mana drain and just make this Undying cry. And that is one way to kind of counteract it. Like, he's gonna buy like 6 mangoes, and you can just keep mana draining him, and he's just suddenly not gonna be a very happy camper there.
Radiant team pick.
Drow Ranger.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It's really tricky. You don't really have a good way of just getting on top of the Drow. You probably don't want to either, with the Undying on hand. You could go for some like a Whisper Viper, but Viper versus Drow, I don't know, like the tempo just doesn't feel that good. They go with the Primal Beast, so you can jump on top of the Drow. The issue is early Gust does shove you away, but you don't tend to prioritize Gust until maybe level 3. So you have a 2-level window for Evil Geniuses to try to get aggressive if they can somehow jump the Drow and not get too softened up by the Undying. You can find a couple of early kills there, and then you start to play just a lot safer in lane. You are picking Primal Beast into an Undying lane, so that does make it a little bit tougher as well. for Whisper to just feel like this big tanky hero up front. But it is a good solution, right? It's the same thing with Drow and Nature's Prophet. As long as you can get on top of either of these heroes, you feel pretty good. And a Primal Beast with a BKB can certainly just go on top of the Drow and remove that precision aura.
Ban.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Yeah, like again, you don't tend to get that until level 3. So you're pretty alright there. I do like that they're respect banning now. The more mobile mid still don't. To be fair, EG does have a lot of control, but they do want to protect their backline, so they're lacking their safe lane for EG.
Radiant team
Prophet, I guess you could go NP here. You could go Terrorblade's another option, although laning into a DP offlane can be a bit dicey, but Terrorblade can work as well. I would prefer something like the NP. Just go NP, get your push going with the Leshrac, and you can definitely get on top of the Drow if you have that option there. Just teleport right on top of her when the team is around to help you.
Ten seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Radiant team pick.
I don't like the Slark DP matchup. Okay, it's gonna be a Beastmaster in lane anyway. Slark versus Beastmaster lane is also not the best. The Beastmaster just dominates either the Axis or the board build-up. You're pretty good there. I like this little switcheroo coming out from the side of Team Spirit. So now you're ending up with Leshrac versus DP lane, which honestly isn't too bad for Leshrac. DP, again, wants to be on top of you with Spirit Substance, but you can farm with Crypt Swarm. It's not the worst thing in the world. You do have a lot of push tempo on Team Spirit, like Drow Aura plus Beastmaster with his Inner Beast, so a lot of attack speed. You can just melt through even outside of Exorcism here. You can shrink this map really fast. I'd still want a range core coming out from Evil Geniuses. Like, Nature's Prophet doesn't look too bad here. Yeah, NP. TB is still alright, although a little bit rockier up against something like the Primal Beast. The lane would be a little bit more challenging. They go to CK instead, so they want some aggression. And they can just run down. I don't know about the solution. Like, you pick CK into a Drow. Yes, you can gap close. Yes, you will have a BKB piercing way of pushing the Drow back into you. At the same time, CK can fall off a cliff very fast. Like, if you don't get this Armlet BKB or Armlet Echo Saber timing right, then the hero just, it feels atrocious. You have to use your illusions, your Phantasm to instead. And uptime isn't too bad, but it just doesn't feel great when you're playing from behind. Hmm.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. And there's still a lot of aggression that can come out from EG. I think they can play this pretty quick pace to match up against Spirit. I worry about their lane matchups. Like, you willingly run Primal Beast versus Death Prophet. I mean, yes, you could technically onslaught away from Spirit Siphons, but you do want to onslaught in to clear out the creep wave and set up for your trample, but Laurel can enjoy that. Maybe not level 1 to 2, but certainly by level 3 with level 2 Spirit Siphon, the DP holds that lane pretty alright. So I'm worried. If EG doesn't get these runaway lanes, like if every single lane just doesn't outright win, then Team Spirit set themselves up for that tempo you talked about. This push that just comes out, the sustain that they have on hand, they can just clear out the map being an issue, and that's going to the detriment of the side of EG. So I don't think EG's out of it just by draft, but Team Spirit certainly has a much more easy to execute lineup, much more easy to meet win conditions, as we do load in with TeamSpeak issues again. My TeamSpeak again strikes.
It certainly does, Jonathan. TeamSpeak never fails to fail, sadly, so here we are again. Well, Team Spirit, I mean, the way I look at this draft, like, Team Spirit does feel like it just has the outright better draft, but it really can go either way. It's all going to be about gameplay here between these two, and if last game's anything to go by, EG might just win out the lanes and just start running over Team Spirit as they did in game 1. But once that mid-game to late game hits, Team Spirit do just seem to be the better team. So we'll have to wait and see how this one pans out. Still, EG, they are very reliant on getting that early game advantage. Like, this is a draft that needs to be ahead to kind of make it work. If you fall behind with a draft like this and you have to drag the game out against the Drow pos one, it's not going to be very fun, that's for sure. We do have the go-ahead here from Yatoro. Matthew will go ahead as well. We'll get game 1 underway. Oh, excuse me, game 2 underway.
Yeah, the one thing for EG, I mean, you don't scale too well. At least high spirits on both sides, and good luck, friends, to everyone. So, you know, high spirits up, tipping on to Mira because he's playing the Riki again, and he was so effective last time around as well. So I am keen to see just how aggressive both sides can get, and again, it's more pertinent for EG to be that aggressive. If they're not, this lineup just tapers off so fast.
The worms will have you.
We'll hang around that dire triangle for now. Side of EG, just waiting on the high ground, hoping someone does fall into their trap. Nice vision already being placed on the high ground as well, so ready whenever. See if someone is making their way up, but it seems like Team Spirit are going to avoid the area altogether, at least for now, and EG will just leave the area as well. Instead, heading down towards the bottom lane as 4. You're hoping somebody shows up there, but nobody there either. Do appreciate the fact that they have immediately blocked off that ancient camp in the dire triangle, by the way. Just making sure the stacks can't come in. There's no easy clear here for Yatoro, or even Lal on the DP, that is. They do make their way in. That bottom bounty ruined area, Maposhka, he'll get stunned up here by Bakaz. They'll have to follow on by Matthew, and that should be first blood to go right the way of Chris Luck. So a fantastic start already for EG. Again, they are quite potent during these early game advantages. So Chris Luck already off to a fantastic start.
That's playing away, baby!
Of course, we will start in the mid lane. We're going to have Lal here against Chris Luck. Chris Luck on the Primal Beast, you'd imagine Lal should have the advantage. Like the DP matchup against the Primal would favor Lal, as he can just Spirit Siphon every single time. This thing can just onslaught away, as you just saw, but once you know that's on cooldown, Lal can just move in. There is some counterplay, I suppose, with the trample, but it still feels like it'll just favor Lal anyway, because he'll just heal. Of course, we can look at the top lane as well. For anyone wondering, John has disconnected at the moment, but I'm sure he'll be back anytime soon. You're going to have Yatoro there in the pos 1 Drow. He'll be around with Mira on that position 4 Riki. Then I suppose he is kind of considered a position 5. Whisper going to be there on the position 3 Leshrak, and Matthew going to be around on that pos 4 Lion. The Lion was a pretty big question mark from the side of EG. Personally, I have absolutely no faith in it, but we'll see what Matthew can get done on this hero. For now, though, Mira going to have a pretty easy time just harassing him away with the Blink Strike. And it's kind of one of the things with the Lion, is you just don't trade harassment well at all. He'll try to pull the creep wave over and does get away with 2 creeps, but Mira's going to stick around. At least Whisper will interject and try to harass Mira away. And of course, that final lane, you're going to have the bottom lane there with Bakaz and Panda. Collapsing, the Posh going to be against them. Bakaz is so important. He has a much better game than he did game 1. The laning stage wasn't too bad for Bakaz, but Couple mistakes here and there, and it does cost his team the game. This time around with the CK, like, you can't really afford to make set mistakes because CK does tend to drop off a lot quicker than a TA does. It's not quite as scalable. Speaking of those mistakes, Bakaz right now getting chased down by Maposhka. Kind of the thing, like this Undying against a double strength lane. Obviously going to favor the side of Team Spirit quite heavily. This top lane, a bit of action to break out. Mira being a little bit low on the Ricky, but is going to be just fine.
Not for you.
I suppose the one strength about this duo of EG at the top lane is the fact that you do have that double stun lineup. It's very easy for Whisper to land the follow-up stun with the Split Earth. Bottom lane, more action breaking out. Bakaz is currently being chased down here by Collapse, and the zombies are still going. Bakaz, he'll stick charge up, but this Tombstone zombies are just doing so much damage. There's your decay out. Panda's already gone. Collapse has the axes, and they will connect. From a mile away, Collapse lands them. Oh, and it's gonna hurt. A double kill already going the way of the Beastmaster. So it's just gonna escalate his farm and help him get that Helm of the Dominator much quicker. And this lane switch up by Team Spirit, like bringing the Poshka down bot lane against this double strength lineup. So smart from Team Spirit. It just seems like the side of EG, there's just not too much they can do about it. They'll try to kill off Maposhka. They might get him, but even if they kill him off, it'll just be a free reset to go the way of the Undying. I don't think he actually minds dying right now. They will continue decaying away on Bakaz. There's a stun out. Bakaz trying to secure a kill, but Poshka might finally go down, but no, he's still escaped. Still going. Another decay out. Bakaz, he'll finally secure the kill here with Panda. But again, I just feel like the Undying, it's a free reset for him. He'll come back with full HP, full mana, and suddenly the bot lane becomes hellish again for the side of EG. Here he comes. Bakaz will see how he tries to deal with it. The other lanes though, top lane right now, Mira and Whisper going at it. Whisper gonna land a stun. Matthew is there now with the follow-up, just keeping in and with the Hex out. They've got Mira down. So Whisper finally able to punish this Ricky. All the headache he's been causing. But you look at the CS of Yatoro. He's well and truly farmed quite effectively. 23 and 11 here on the Drow Ranger. In the meantime, bottom lane, Collapse now being chased down at Chris Luck. He does make a rotation, but he will drop to Lal. And they even lost Bakaz. In fact, make that a third. They're going to lose Panda. And we were saying during the draft that this kind of draft from EG, it requires a good start, but this is not the good start we talked about. Like, you just lost 3 heroes, 2 of them being your POS 1 and your POS 2. It's a pretty terrible situation already for the side of Evil Geniuses. Team Spirit, they are just all over this game number 2. And with that, like, this DP, full level advantage here for Lal. Chris Luck gonna have to walk back to the mid lane. Level 5 on the Primal Beast. It just doesn't feel very good. And you look at that CS score, like, you're towards the top of the CS. It's just such a terrible situation already. The one kind of thing they wanted is to make sure this Drow would not farm this effectively. It's Matthew, he'll go for a big pull in the creep wave. Mirror is there to interject, though a nice stun out, but there's going to be no follow-up to it. In fact, Mirror, he'll jump right in on the Whisper, but that may have been a bit of an error, as he will go down. Toro needs to back the hell out of there. Matthew, in the meantime, doesn't have the mana for the Earth Spike. He'll keep pacing a bit longer. In comes Chris Luck with the onslaught, but he won't connect to Toro. How well can you duke this out? A nice cast, a TP away. Can he make it? Oh, he can! Yeah, Toro! What a TP out! Not allowing the Earth Spike to come in to cancel. That is so demoralizing for EG. Oh no.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
In the meantime, Maposhka and Panda are going at it down at bot lane. While that's happening, Lal's just casually pushing in the mid lane here with the Exorcism. So everything really is falling apart right now for EG. Mirror just hanging around just in case he needs the support. Matthew and Chris Luck, they have shown up to try and defend, but Lal's just keeping the siege creep alive, and Well, with the Exo going, with a double damage rune on top, it's just so much damage being dealt to the Tier 1 tower. They can't even find the deny on it. 7 minutes in, Tier 1 already gone. Top lane, there is a bit of a chasing from Whisper, but he might get punished because Last TP'd over. Whisper trying to dive way too deep with this, but he is going to drop. They thought they had an opening with Yatoro being a lone top lane, but that is not going to be the case. Lal's just been all across the map. And it's a 1k advantage, but it just feels so much worse than that right now. Keep in mind as well, Collapse, he's just about... Hello, John. Welcome back.
Our scanning.
Thank you, please.
I mean, they're falling apart, John. I mean, every lane's gone quite badly for them. Literally every lane's been lost here for AG, and you and I, we talked about the draft requiring a good start here in the early game for the side of AG, but it has not been the case. Maybe now they can try to salvage it. They have found Yatoro, so it's going to be a massive kickoff. The side of AG, they do finally pick up that +1 round. Mira opening caught out by the pulverize of Chris Small. Rather Chris Luck, but Mira still running. Find the Matthew from the high ground will land the Earth Spike. So they are still fighting back here, John, but it's certainly been a bit of a rough start. And the early itemization from Team Spirit does seem like it's going to be there quite early on. Like, you look at Collapse, John, he already has the Helm of the Dom up. It's only 8 minutes in.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Getting caught out there on the tree and he's trying to get some D wards out, but is not going to be able to get away with it. Yeah, I mean, that's how badly the lane went, John. Like, Picard's literally had no farm. I think he died twice during the laning stage. And yeah, I mean, the Midas seems like it's the only recovery option Picard sees here for this game too. On the front and making sure there's no smoke that can possibly happen. And AG, they're really relying on these smokes to try and make a comeback happen, but it's pretty tough if you never get them off. And well, here we go, John. Rotations in. Chris Luck will make the jump in on Lyle, but he has so much backup on the way. He's already done that. Chris Luck at least gets himself out, but it collapses on the chase with the roar up. He's just out of range to be able to secure that roar, so they'll leave him be. But they just own so much of the map here, Team Spirit. Hawk's out. Oh no. I mean, there's massive Midas, John, and then there's this. I mean, this is just a recipe dead on the courier. There's no Midas at all. It is a minute and a half, but that's a long minute and a half you're waiting, considering you're this far behind on a CK. Matter's getting only worse here for EG.
Radiant's top tower.
Oh, yeah, they're looking to make the Khan even worse. He's got the Midas up now. It's on the courier. So he bought another Gloves of Haste to finish off the Midas on the courier, but he might just die before he gets to use it. Let him use the Midas at least before he dies, please. The Khan, trying to run, still trying, is alive, maybe gets out, but no, Whisper could not save him. They'll lose Matthew as well. Whisper trying to run, but there is no escape from these cross arrows. No Panda even going down. Now a triple kill for Yatlau. 4 heroes to drop. And Lau, I mean, they aren't the right person. Lau has been an absolute monster this game. He will pick it up. That's a plus 250 right there for the CK. Happy days for EG. Still plenty of kills they need to try and make a comeback in this game number 2. But that's a start. Sleeping Dart is there. They've got the vision on the pummel beats on that high ground. However, they're not quite the kills they wanted, but now Team Spirit, they can look right towards the Roshan. Locking another down, trying to contest Roshan, but he basically went in by himself, and Team Spirit will happily just secure Roshan on their own now. No problems here for them. They found another. Omira, he scattered at a couple. Panda and Matthew on the way out are going to be just fine. Team Spirit, they get the Roshan. They look towards the top tier 1 tower. Panda is still sticking around, and he was underneath Hawk Vision. So they know he's there somewhere. And with the Sleeping Dart and another Hawk out, they've got the vision of the tree. And it is rather hard to play Tree and Protector again against the Beastmaster, and you're seeing exactly why.
Radiant are scanning.
out again. Miro just being such a nuisance. They just can't catch him. Whatever, yeah, Panda will drop the cars. At the very least is going to be fine as Panda does tank the gank for his pos 1. What do you do now if you're EG? Like, how do you make the comeback from this game?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is fallen.
Rotation to the mid lane. You're up, will be spotted. Spike, there is no right around the corner. He will survive the finger of death, but Mira still going down. Kudos doesn't connect. Trying to move in with the BKB, but needs the back off. It's going to expire. They go for more. The multi-shot, but no, a double earth spike coming up from Matthew. He's going to allow them to disengage with the Hawk dive. It's connected on Picard. Oh, they've got the PK again. A massive overgrowth, but it may not be enough. He is forced to try and fight this one out, but Picard is gone. Lol will just chase him down. Incoming. Yatora, he'll play for his slot. Whisper will be chased as well. He will drop. They're in the base. 20.5 minutes in. They're already just taking down a T3 tower. They can't do it though. They're still out of towers there. Back into the mid lane you go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sicko.
There is no escape here. More Panda. Go down another time. There is no protecting this tier 2 mid tower either. It is gone.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh no. They've got the left rack. Mirror on this Ricky. He's just such a nuisance. Chris Lux is not even on sport. The Toro with the Hurricane Pike just forces him back. They've got no gameplay. EG, they'll have to try and defend high ground, but there's a 15k deficit 22 minutes in against the Aegis. Well, to be fair, the Aegis does expire in 10 seconds, so you've got that going for you. But even without the Aegis, I don't know if they can actually deal with it.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Genesis with DP as Chris Luck trying to move in. BKB with the roar is there. Collapse just holds them down, and Yatoro has so much damage. Panda is forced the overgrowth to allow them to retreat. Chris Luck, no, the Hawk dive. Collapse has caught him again. Chris Luck is still running. The critical will not land, but the onslaught is going to be there, but no, the Rod of Atos once again locking him down. He'll still get the TP away. They only lose Matthew for now. But Team Spirit, they are not going to be afraid to just continue moving into that mid-tier 3 tower. From the high ground, these Hawks from Collapse, they are just watching everything. No part of the map is safe. This Beastmaster pick has made it impossible for EG. And now the tier 3 bottom tower is under siege. Slowly but surely they'll get it done. The split earths, I mean, they are nice in trying to delay this, but they aren't doing enough. Is setting up perfectly as Matthew's gone. This one item, this Rod of Atos, it has haunted them.
Radiant's bottom has fallen.
More attempt here, Chris Luck tries to make the jump in, but the rules immediate from Collapse. They are not having it. It might be time to just call it. I mean, there you go. Chris Luck, he's had enough. Gives the well played, and you've got to admit, Team Spirit in this game too looks so damn clean. While in particular, John, you've got to give props to this man for the death promise, because he made everything happen for his team. Just making it absolutely impossible for EG to capitalize on anything throughout game 2. And like I said, this Rod of Atos pick, it just paid so much dividends to the dire side of things. So Team Spirit, they'll walk away with a 2-0 victory against Evil Geniuses.